Hello and welcome back. In this presentation, I'm going to be talking about the history of South Africa. Not only does this present us with another example of decolonization in Africa, but it also introduces us to an idea, a practice, a system that would become famous throughout the world. And that, of course, is the oppressive system of apartheid. By the time it ended at the end of the 20th century, the international community would be lined up against apartheid and would certainly have an idea of what was happening in South Africa. In that respect, South Africa is unique in that it mobilizes an entire world to a large extent against one country. That rarely happens in history. But it did in the case of South Africa at the end of the apartheid system. Some people even suggest that the history of South Africa in the 20th century parallels that of the United States. The United States had Jim Crow segregation, and apartheid was the system in Africa, South Africa, but essentially they were the same in terms of confining black populations to second-class citizenship. And I think certainly there's some reason for drawing that parallel, although the histories of those countries are not exactly the same. I can understand why people would want to compare them. But Africa then, South Africa then, becomes an important spot for us to look at, not only because we want to study apartheid, how it was built, how it played out, and why it ended, but also to explore an example of how the world can put pressure on a location, on a system, and ultimately help to bring it to an end. In 2010, the World Cup of Men's Soccer was held in South Africa. South Africa was the host nation, and this was an important event for South Africa because for many people it marked the coming out party, if you will, for South Africa. It was supposed to signal that South Africa had officially rehabilitated itself from its past and was now ready to assume its place among top countries in the world. And so this is how the World Cup in 2010 was framed. The stories that were talked about and written all had this underlying narrative of how far South Africa has come, and it's triumphant, and what a remarkable transformation since the apartheid era. And so there was this mood of kind of celebration and progress, and we're now in a post-colonial world, and isn't South Africa a great model, not only for other African nations, but for nations around the world? And it seemed as though South Africa was poised to be an international player. So I guess my question is, how far has South Africa come since the end of apartheid, since the change in constitution and governments? And more importantly, I think from at least my perspective, how far has South Africa come since its colonial past? People focus on apartheid, and for good reason, but there's also the larger story of colonization. And how far has South Africa really escaped, or how far has it gone since the end of supposedly its colonial domination? Of course, in order to answer these questions, we need to have some understanding of its colonial past. So that's where I want to start. And we'll start with the Europeans and their colonizing effort in South Africa. But before we get there, I just want to give you a few basic facts about South Africa, just so you have some idea. South Africa is twice the size of the state of Texas. So if you have any idea about how big Texas is, in the United States, that's a big state. You drive through Texas is going to take you quite some time. So you get the idea here that South Africa really is a fairly large country. and it takes up about 4% of the African continent. So it's a substantial land area. It is the largest producer of gold, diamonds, and platinum in the world. It has been for a long time. It remains so. And so South Africa, I suppose, in many ways is uniquely positioned because it does sit among a great deal of natural resources, a great deal of wealth from those sources of gold, diamonds, and platinum. The country currently has around 50 million people, and 75% of that population, roughly, are black Africans. So it's a majority black population, and it has always been that way in South Africa, even though the population numbers and the racial demographics have changed over time. One thing that has not changed is the fact that blacks and the native black population have been the overwhelming majority throughout its history. And then lastly, South Africa is home to the fastest animals in the world, like the wildebeest, the lion, the gazelle, and the cheetah, as you see pictured here. No, this is not important historically, I just thought it was a fun fact. Well, it took a long time for South Africa to grow to its present size and makeup. In fact, the racial composition of South Africa today can really be traced back to its colonial beginnings in 1652. In that year, the Dutch East India Company, better known in history as the VOC, began colonizing in South Africa. And if you don't know, the Dutch East India Company in the 1600s was the largest company, corporation, business enterprise in the world. In fact, I think it's probably safe to say that the Dutch East India Company has been the largest corporation in all of history. It had its own fleet, it had its own army, it could make its own treaties. So, in terms of its size, in terms of its wealth, and in terms of its kind of governmental type powers, the VOC was massive. It dominated world trade in the 1600s, and it basically ruled as if it was its own country. And so when the Dutch arrived in 1652 to South Africa, they weren't initially interested in colonizing the region. They simply wanted a kind of resupply base. Their ships were headed around the Cape of Good Hope and into the Indian Ocean. They were making their way to the Far East. That was their final destination. That's the area they cared about. So places today like Indonesia. The Dutch colonized that region for their spices. So that for the Dutch was the most important area and resource base for them. So stopping in South Africa meant that they could possibly resupply, get fresh water, make repairs to the ship, things like that. It was simply a stopping station along their travels. That's why they stopped in 1652. However, when they arrived and they began thinking, oh, this might be a good place to resupply our ships, they found that the local African population there were not really farmers. So, originally the Dutch, when they arrived, thought, well, we can trade, for goods, for provisions, for food, for water, whatever. But the local native population there, they really didn't have anything to offer the VOC. So they made a decision initially that they needed to bring their own farmers ashore and have them start growing, food. And then as the VOC would sail by, they could stop and get the food from these farmers. So when the Dutch first kind of start to settle, it's not, again, to colonize. It's simply, hey, we're going to put some farmers here. They're going to grow food, and then we can stop and collect the food from them. So the first farmers were actually employees of the Dutch East India Company who were essentially contracted to grow food. Now, over time, what happens is these farmers begin to spread north and east. And by the way, the name of these farmers originally was the Burghers, which means farmer, and then Boers, which again means farmers. And that's what they would be known as in history, are the Boers. And so these VOC employees served out their contracts, and then many of them, after their contracts expired, for whatever reason, they didn't have enough money to return to Holland, to the Netherlands, or they didn't have any prospects back there for whatever reason, they simply decided to stay. And so this begins the first real settlement of South Africa by Europeans. It comes as a kind of consequence of the Dutch East India Company's decision to make South Africa a stopping point along their travels to the Far East. Now, it wasn't just the Dutch, but also other Europeans began to arrive. And once the word got out that there was land, there was farming to be done, etc., over the next few decades, Europeans from Germany, from Scandinavia began arriving, and after 1688, even French Huguenots who were escaping France for religious and political reasons. The Huguenots were Calvinists, Protestants. France was a Catholic country, and there was persecution of the Huguenots in France, and so many of them decided to make their way to South Africa. And again, this goes into European history, which becomes more complicated, and I don't want to go into at the moment, but essentially the Dutch and the French kind of had this interaction in Europe, and that's why the French were able to go to South Africa. So the point is that it starts as the Dutch colonizing, but quickly it becomes other European nations that start to make their way to South Africa in the 1600s. And the other thing I should say about the local population is that the local population were more migratory, and so they didn't always stay in that area, which also afforded the Europeans a chance to settle and farm. So that's how colonization begins in South Africa. Now, the Dutch, in terms of slavery, didn't feel comfortable or didn't want to try and enslave the local indigenous population right away. The local population was the San tribe, for example, and again, they were migratory anyway, so it wasn't like they interfered with Dutch plans in the region, not initially. And I think the Dutch felt it would be a little too, problematic if they tried to enslave the people whose land they just arrived on. So they didn't do that. Instead, what the Dutch did is they began to import slaves from their own Far Eastern colonies. And so the first slaves that start arriving in South Africa come in 1658. And these are actually slaves that the Dutch captured from the Portuguese, because the Portuguese were engaged in slave trading by this time. So they captured a Portuguese slave ship and brought it to South Africa. Those are the first African slaves to the colony. They would be supplemented by slaves from other places, places like Mozambique, in the southeastern part of Africa. And again, as I said, they went all the way to the Far East to take slaves from their Asian colonies. So they brought a lot of what became known as Malayans from Malaysia in Asia, brought them over into South Africa as well. And so the first slaves are a mixture of Africans who were outside of South Africa, or who originally were from places outside of South Africa, as well as Asians, Malayans as they were called, taken from the Far East. And so very quickly then, slavery or slave labor becomes essential to the success of some of the early farms. These farmers didn't want to do all the labor themselves, and so they wanted uh, these workers to do it, and the Dutch East India Company was more than happy and more than willing to help supply them with these laborers because, again, in their mind, um, this would uh, only make their life easier, only help the company and help their shipping lanes back and forth. The reason I think that this is so important, though, is because it really sets the template. It establishes early on that South Africa is going to have a complex racial dynamic, and that will include, of course, Europeans, Africans, and Asians, which will become three of the most important racial groups in South Africa, certainly in the 20th century. But as you can see, even as early as the 1600s, this is being put in place. Well, it didn't take long for the British to arrive in South Africa. Now, you may think 150 years is a long time, but historically speaking, it's really not that long. Um, the VOC, the Dutch East India Company, began to fade from power by the time we get to the late 16 and early 1700s. And in fact, the Dutch moment in history, its kind of most powerful period, is in the 1600s. By the 1700s, new European powers are emerging, and among those, of course, are the British. And although the South Africa is held as a Dutch colony until 1795, really the Dutch were losing their grip on South Africa even before that. But the British finally arrive in 1795, and when they arrive, they find approximately 25,000 slaves and about 20,000 or so white colonists, European colonists. And so slaves already outnumber the colonists, and that would be a feature of South Africa throughout its history, and that is a white minority population controlling a majority black population. So, but when the British arrive, they want to seize South Africa in 1795 for a couple reasons. First, they want to control all shipping to Asia. The Dutch had controlled that through the 1600s. Now the British want to make their mark in this region. They want to prevent these sea lanes from being controlled by their rivals. And their rival in 1795 into the early 1800s primarily is France, not the Dutch. So when the British take South Africa in 1795, they're doing it more than anything else because they want to prevent Napoleon and the French from getting it. Um, so the British will give it back to the Dutch briefly, and then they will take it again in the early 1800s. But essentially, from 1795 forward, the British have control of South Africa. And once they take control of the new colony, they do a couple of things that are very important. Number one is in 1806, they issue something called the Cape Articles of Capitulation. And essentially, these articles were a way of the British firmly taking control of the colony from the Dutch. And as a way to kind of soothe that transition, the British allow the colony to keep its rights and privileges. What that means essentially is that they can keep their existing laws. So the Roman kind of Dutch laws that were in place at the time were allowed to continue. And this is important because it sets us on a path whereby the Boers, the Dutch original rulers and laws, are largely going to stay in place. The British won't say, okay, we're going to replace that with our laws, etc. It's going to be this kind of two-track system where the British will have their laws and the Boers are going to have their laws. And so this is a decision that will have long-term consequences for all groups. The other thing, though, the British do is they outlaw the Dutch language. So, and this is the British attempt to try and control the colony, to turn the colony into a real British colony. So, on the one hand, they're conceding laws to the Boers, to the original Dutch, to try and pacify them. At the same time, they think, okay, we can seize control of this colony in cultural ways. And the easiest way to do that is to outlaw the Dutch language and uh, enforce English. And that means their hope is to convert Europeans to British culture. Well, this has the effect right away of alienating the predominantly Dutch speaking um, farmers, right? Again, there are Dutch and Germans and Scandinavians, etc., but none of them really speak English. So what you're doing is you're telling these people now you have to speak English. Well, that's not going to make them happy. And so we can see the beginnings as well here of the animosity between the British and the Dutch or the European colonial population as well. So once the British had taken control permanently of the South African colony, the British were keen on trying to, I suppose, overwhelm or diminish the power and influence of the original colonists. And so, beginning in 1820, the British government sought to bring British colonizers, British settlers, to South Africa. They hoped that it would increase the English speaking population so that the English speaking population essentially would become the majority population, thus drowning out the others. But they also hoped that they could relieve a population problem in England. We've seen this in Europe throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, where when they have excess populations, they try to find other locations to dump them in. And certainly South Africa was seen by the early 1800s as a potential place to relieve the population pressure in England. So that was another reason for it. And a third reason for why the British would send colonists is because they hoped that they could establish an English-speaking buffer between some of the local black population and the Boers in the east. Now, what was happening by 1820 is there were increasing conflicts between the native black population in South Africa and many of the non-English speaking colonizers. And these disputes, of course, were over land. They always were. And so the British hoped that they could ease that situation, that they could alleviate that kind of fighting if they brought British settlers in and basically wedged them in between the Boers and the black population to provide that kind of a buffer to prevent wars. Because at this time the British feel like the Boers are responsible for starting these wars. So in 1820, approximately 5,000 British colonists came to South Africa. These colonists actually were screened by the British government. You had to apply, and then the government would kind of screen you. So this was meant to be kind of an early wave, followed by other waves. So when the British colonists arrived, they were set up here, as you can see in this map, in Albany. You can ignore the other kind of markings and territories here. I'm just concerned that you focus here on this region here in Albany. This is where the settler farms were created. And the problem, though, from the very beginning was that most of these British who came to the Albany area, they were artisans, or they had been artisans back in England. And so now you're asking them to be farmers, to convert and become farmers in a strange area. Many of them didn't want to do that. They didn't know how to do that. Yes, the English government was providing them with supplies in some ways to get started, but they had no interest in it. It wasn't their background. And so what happens is that many of these people end up simply migrating um, from Albany, from these um, farm areas here, Grahamstown, or in many cases all the way down here to Port Elizabeth, which was kind of one of the main early British cities. And so what that meant was that the territory that was supposed to be a buffer quickly, you know, evaporates. There aren't as many colonists there as the British would like, and they certainly didn't mean for these people to be heading for the cities. So of that 5,000 original settlement, maybe about half ended up leaving, heading to the cities, and only another half probably stayed. So there were some that did stay, and this territory here in Albany in South Africa would become an English kind of enclave. But it wasn't what the British government had hoped. It wasn't providing the kind of buffer that they had wanted, and so the British kind of stopped this colonization plan very quickly because it wasn't going in the direction that they wanted. So this failed effort also, though, led to something else. And not only did the British migrate here in the south, but a small number of British colonists also began moving this way, up the coast. And when they moved this way, it was going to take them into a place called Natal. Now, it just so happens that when these British colonists migrated north, they were moving into a unique area at the time. It turns out that they were heading for Zulu territory because when the British traveled, what they encountered was a new empire, or a recently created empire, the Zulu Empire. And it was led by this man pictured here on the right, Shaka Zulu. Now, the Zulus had been a kind of small clan in a confederation of South African tribes. So they had been, a footnote, even within their own kind of tribal network. But Shaka managed to unite many of the clans and the tribes under the Zulus, under his clan, and create a kind of military empire by 1818. So this is considered fairly unique in the history of South Africa because usually African tribes, they were loosely confederated. They were loosely aligned. And what Shaka Zulu apparently did is he managed to create a much larger force. And the emergence or the growth of this Zulu empire had a number of effects. One of them was it forced many other tribes to migrate. These other tribes often call this period the forced migration. You can see here on this map on the left some of the things I'm talking about is that tribes started to migrate south, west, and even north in the face of the emerging power of the Zulus. So this is going to create ripple effects in that other African tribes that are situated here are now going to come into conflict with these tribes who are trying to move west or move into their territory. So there's an increase in native kind of conflict in this portion of South Africa. It creates a lot of political instability, and for the Zulus though it's a good situation because they're able to expand their territorial control. And what Shaka did is he put armies under his officers. So usually there had been a hereditary leader, in charge of different units. Well, what Shaka did is he said, no, your clan is going to be um, under the command of one of my officers. And so this was unusual. This is not normally how these tribes did it. So through these kinds of organizational innovations, Shaka is able to consolidate and build his power. But it comes at the expense of stability in the region, and it also leads to the creation of other states. In other words, other tribes will have to try and follow suit to copy what Shaka is doing in order to stave off their conquest. So, as I said, it causes more tribal conflict throughout South Africa and really destabilizes the area at a time when Europeans are increasing their colonial presence and starting to move as well. But Shaka Zulu, by the way, would eventually be killed in 1828 by his half brothers over, of course, a dispute over power. But when the British settlers that I spoke of arrived, they actually make it to the Zulu land, territory that was controlled by the Zulus at the time. And what's interesting is um, you would think that the Zulus maybe would want to kill them, but instead they allow these first British colonizers to stay on the land because one of the things that these British colonizers do is they introduce new technologies to them. Especially interesting to them are some early weapons. And so the Zulus, wanting to maintain an advantage over their enemies, who they now have plenty of, they decide to keep the British there. And this, of course, is another kind of fateful decision because it will begin the British presence in this region, up here in the Natal region. And it will start a very kind of tense and uneasy relationship between both groups. But the Zulu Empire, as you can see again on this map, was quite extensive and quite powerful by the 1820s. Meanwhile, the Boers themselves were also expanding and moving by the time we get to the late 1820s. Now, the first Boer colonizers, those first Dutch, one of the things that they had experienced is alienation from the VOC. So they had been farmers for the VOC, they had been under contract, but they always felt that the VOC was exploiting them. They always felt the VOC was paying them very little for their hard work. And so one of the things that they did, this is even before the British came, is they began moving inland. They began moving north, away from the coastline to get away from the VOC. I mean, their attitude was, well, why don't we just grow food for ourselves? We'll be self-sufficient and we don't need the VOC. The VOC, for their part, didn't like this, and so they quickly cut off immigration to South Africa. So initially there's this early wave of Dutch and then some other Europeans that come, and then it stopped. So that's why the colonial population doesn't grow any larger at the time. And that's why slaves are relied upon, because the Dutch view them, they're not going to run away. We have control of them. They can't move inland. So even before the British come, there's this dissatisfaction among the Boers, and the Boers see slaves as a threat, perhaps, to their economic well-being. But by the time we get to the 1820s, the Boers' attitude now has shifted and it has become more anti-British. Now that the British are in control, they are dissatisfied with British policies because not only do they want the Boers to speak English, but because they feel like, no, the British are conspiring against them. And all of this dissatisfaction with the British comes to a head in the late 1820s. Now, as I said, the Boers tried to move inland. What they were trying to do is they were trying to get away from the power of the government, right? So they couldn't assert their power over them. But that didn't really work that well. I mean, the British were still able to exercise some degree of control. And in 1828, the British passed something called Ordinance 50. And this gave freed persons of color the same rights as whites in the colony. Now, this went against what the Dutch law had said. From the very beginning, the Dutch had worked to keep free blacks subservient, to keep them in check, and not to give them the same kind of rights. And so slowly, the native black population had lost their power. So if we look at the Hottentots, as they were called at the time, these were the local black population where the Dutch had originally arrived. They had been, migratory people. They had used a lot of cattle. Well, over time, they lost their cattle, which means that they lost their economic independence. And they came under Boer laws. And these Boer laws had made them virtual slaves. There were things like vagrancy laws. So one of the things the Boers did is they came up with a law and basically said if you don't have a job that you'd be subject to arrest as a vagrant. And then once you're arrested, then you could be sent to work off your debt, to work off your fine, your penalty. And that means you would go work on a Boer farm. And so were they slaves? I suppose in a technical sense they were not, but obviously the effect was the same, that they were treated as slaves. And so that's how the Boers had largely operated. The larger plantations, the larger farms had official slaves, but the smaller Boer farms used this kind of, quote unquote free black population and used the laws to subjugate them. So by the time we get to 1828, there's a lot of criticism coming from the British about these laws. And so Ordinance 50 basically ended that. It meant that free blacks would now be equal before the law, and that ended things like pass laws, because that's another thing that the Boers had done is they created these laws where free blacks needed passes in order to travel. So it kept them immobile, right? Because if they didn't have the pass, they couldn't travel. Well, if they can't travel, they can't leave the farm. If they can't leave the farm, then basically they're your slave labor. Also, it gave them the right to own lands. So before, the Boers had laws where native blacks couldn't own lands. So in essence then, Ordinance 50 causes the Boers a great deal of anger and the feeling that they're going to lose their labor supply. I mean, that's really what it boils down to, is they felt that they had a docile, independent labor force, and the British were taking that away from them. So that was the first step in getting the Boers to thinking that maybe they needed to leave. Maybe they needed to find a different area to really get away from the British. This was followed up in 1833-34 by the British outlawing slavery in their colonies. So this is a complicated law, but essentially the British had a gradual process that would end slavery in the colonies. And that process would take, about 10 years in essence. But the process started in 1834, and it was clear to the Boers that they were no longer going to be able to keep their slaves. So first you had taken away the quote-unquote free black labor, and now you're taking away slavery as well. The Boers were furious over these decisions. The British tried to soften the blow, not only by making it a gradual emancipation, but also by offering to pay compensation to slave owners who were losing slaves. But the compensation program, the British government put X amount of dollars into like a fund, and then slave owners could apply to be compensated for their slaves out of this fund. But you had to appear in person in Britain, or you had to have an agent on your behalf appear in person to apply for this money. The Boers felt like this was, um, difficult, unfair, unnecessary, and that the money was too small, not enough, and that they were going to be cheated out of what was rightfully theirs. So um, this also made it clear to the Boers, to many Boers, that they couldn't stay, that they needed to leave. And so that's what they decided to do. As you can see from this map here, this kind of messy lined map, um, beginning in 1835, so just after the ending of slavery, the Boers begin what they called the Great Trek, which is like a great migration of Boers from the south, from the Cape Colony area, to different regions up here in the northern and northeastern part of South Africa. And this Great Trek then was an effort to get away from the British, to try and create their own independent areas where they didn't have to abide by these terrible British laws of, slave freedom and equality before the law. And so that's another development too that you keep in mind, is that the Cape Colony down here, the British colony, always had laws that were more equal to the native black population. That is, giving them more political rights, giving them more equality before the law, etc., than the Boers did. But this Great Trek, of course, would be important in determining future settlement as well. And as you can see, just a footnote here, in these areas here, this is why the Boers were getting into conflict. There were native tribes down here as well. And they were, I haven't talked about it, but there were battles and conflicts between the Boers and these natives, and the British government was getting tired of this as well, and felt that the Boers were essentially troublemakers in the region. And so the Boers were also tired of, I think, being blamed for the conflicts. To the Boers, the black population was responsible for this. Um, you know, they felt we were just here trying to farm to carve out our existence, and these black tribes are always attacking us, blah blah blah. So there was that issue involved here as well. But I think in the end, the Great Trek is a result of British policy of trying to create more equality between the races, and that's what the Boers absolutely did not want. They called these people that took the Great Migration Voortrekkers, which means pioneers. Now, this is an image of the Boers, which of course is highly stylized and highly romanticized. I don't think it was quite this pastoral, but in any event, these Boers that made the trek north between 1835 and 1840 comprised about 6,000 or so people. It's hard to say exactly how many there were, and there were many waves. It wasn't like this was one movement. This happened in a number of waves, which makes accounting for the numbers more difficult. There was no clear idea where they wanted to settle. So when they left, they didn't have a clear plan of, here's where we want to go, or here's where we hope to be at the end. The only thing they knew or had an idea of is that they wanted to settle somewhere where there was a water outlet to the sea. That was their only goal. So it meant that when they started traveling, it was kind of an unorganized plan. They didn't know where to go, and oftentimes the Boers had already earned a reputation of being kind of hostile to the native black population, and so when they moved, they ended up moving to areas where they were encountering tribes who were fighting wars, as I mentioned, because of their displacement, because of the Zulus. So that would often lead them into conflicts. Many times, Boers were killed by the black population. They didn't want them there. And there was also splits among the Boers themselves. So they would start going one way, and of course, some people said, "Oh, we want to go, north." Some people said, "Well, we want to go east," or whatever. And so this led to the parties often splintering as well. And so, although the Boers will talk about the Great Trek as being this, great, you know, journey and migration, etc., it was anything but planned. It was anything but organized or a nice procession. It was messy. It was dirty. There was a lot of arguments among the Boers, and there was fighting between them and the local black native population. So, and ultimately, if you go back to this map here, ultimately you see they would actually try to move here into Zulu land, and that would bring them into conflict with the Zulus, obviously the largest and most powerful um, South African tribe or empire at that moment. And so the Great Trek was not as linear, not as straightforward as the Boers would like to present it. I think in more modern times. But in any event, the Boers ultimately do uh, move, migrate, and find a place to settle. Now, again, this is a complicated situation here because ultimately the Boers are going to end up in these regions here. At the time, it was called the Transvaal, so that's this big area here, and the Orange Free State. These are the two primary settlement locations of the Boers after the Great Trek, and they would carve out for a time their own kind of independent states in these regions. Now, initially, they had tried to go here into the Natal region. They had set up briefly um, a republic or a state here. And of course, that put them into conflict with the Zulus. They had wars with the Zulus. But remember that there were also uh, early British colonizers here as well. And so, again, to make a longer story shorter here, uh, in 1839, the Boers create or set up their own state in Natal, but it's short-lived because the British decide that they want to annex this area as well. And so in 1844, the British send in troops and are able to defeat the Boers and annex that region and take control of it. And one of the men behind this was um, Ben de Urban. He was the governor of Cape Colony at the time. He was an aggressive kind of colonizer, and he was largely responsible for doing this. And because of that, one of the primary port cities here along the coast is named Durban. It's named after this British governor general. But the fact that the Boers had tried to set up in Natal, and because of the Zulus and because of the British, were ultimately forced back this way and this way. That's why they end up with these two regions. Their first choice was to settle here, but they ended up up back here. But this map, I think, is a pretty good map, even though it's from 1880. It shows essentially the lay of the land by the time we get to 1840. And that is that the British here in blue are concentrated in the Cape Colony. The Boers are concentrated up here in these kind of orangish shaded regions. And then the Zulus, the native populations are here. And then Natal is its own unique feature because eventually it becomes blue, as you can see, but it had been Boer, and it was largely contested in the 1840s over who actually controlled it. But the Great Trek then brings the Boers away from the British, and it creates the first Boer states, if you will, the first supposedly independent Boer regions in South Africa, where they then begin to implement their policies, which means their policies of keeping blacks subservient and dependent. Now, it's often argued that the Boers didn't move or didn't migrate because the British freed slaves. It's argued that many of the Boers didn't even have slaves. And so the argument then is that there were other reasons why they did it. That they resented the British kind of heavy-handedness. They felt like they didn't have enough political power, political say. The land wasn't good. They were tired of conflicts with the natives in the region. And these are the reasons they moved, not because of slavery. And while all of those things may be true, that the Boers were unhappy about those things, they had been unhappy about those for a long time. Why hadn't they migrated earlier? The fact is that the Boers cared mostly about keeping control of the black population and being able to use them. And the British had made it clear in 1828 and 1834 that that was no longer going to be possible. So I think that is why the Boers ultimately decided to leave. And I don't accept that there were other factors that were as important as those in pushing the Boers to these regions. Now, another thing that's important to keep in mind here is that very quickly, uh, upon seizing some of these areas, uh, the British began to import Indian indentured servants. And when I say India, I mean people from the country of India. This happened beginning in 1859. There was something called the Natal Coolie Law. So if you go back here, again, we're talking about Natal. The British annex it in the 1840s. And one of the things that happens is that many British investors want to create sugar plantations to grow sugar cane. Well, sugar cane requires an awful lot of workers. It's a very labor intensive type of food to grow. And so the question was, who could we get to grow this? Obviously, you're not getting the Boers because they're gone, they're leaving. It was difficult to get Native Africans to do it because, as in the case of the Zulus, they were still fairly independent, and those who weren't, that is, those who were kind of under the control of the British, really didn't want to work on these plantations. And so, even as late as 1859, the black population in many areas was able to exercise a degree of independence, so much so that they could resist working on sugar plantations. So, in desperate need of laborers, they decide, and this is the sugar plantation owners that are pushing this, they decide to create this Natal Coolie Law, which gives the colony the right to import Indian indentures. And the way that this indentured system worked is that the Indian people who agreed to this would sign a 5-year contract. So that means they would sign a 5-year contract, in essence, to give up their freedom for 5 years. The person who held the contract, in this case it would be the sugar planters, would then have their services, their labor services, for 5 years. If at the end of that 5 years they wanted to, they could go back to India. They could go home, and that would be it. Otherwise, they could sign another 5-year contract, and if they did, so if they served as indentures for 10 years, then they would be allowed at the end of the 10 years to settle permanently in South Africa. And after the 10 years, they would be given a quote unquote gift, whatever that means, some identified gift. It's supposed to be like maybe land or money or something like that. They'd be given this gift, and they would be given full citizenship rights, so full voting rights, etc. So that was the incentive, if you will, to get Indians to come to South Africa. That if they worked for 10 years for the sugar plantations, that in the end they would be given this kind of, you know, um, citizenship and perhaps economic independence as well. So that's why Indian indentures are being brought over, and it starts in 1860. The first wave of indentures are sent over to work on these sugar plantations. This is going to start the beginnings of a very large Indian population in South Africa. By 1869, the first non-indentured Indians start to arrive. And so, you're about 10 years out from the first indentures, right? Now, Indians that have worked 10 years are starting to get their freedom. So other Indians start to arrive, and they're coming to set up shops or to try to do some kind of independent business type activities to service the growing Indian population there. It's thought that there's money to be made. So we start to see the first wave of non-indentures coming then by late 1860s, early 1870s. The first discrimination laws against the Indians, though, start to appear by 1885. Excuse me. So initially, there was this desperate need for labor. Hey, let's bring in these Indian indentures. Why? Because the British control India, right? India was kind of British-controlled colony, so it made sense. There's a lot of people in India. It seemingly poor people would be willing to come and work. So it seemed like a good fit, right? That's why the British decided to do it this way. But by 1885, the local white population was making a lot of noise that they didn't want Indians there, that this was a bad idea. We didn't know that this was going to happen. We didn't know that there were going to be so many Indians to be taking over this area. So the anti-Indian feeling then was in full swing by the 1880s, and this produced a series of discriminatory laws against them. For example, Indians were not allowed to own land, and they were also confined to certain areas. So here again we can see the British, and this is the British doing this. You can see that they are now restricting Indians and making sure that they remain as kind of second-class citizens. By 1888, Indians were assigned to the status as quote-unquote uncivilized race. So they were regarded as an uncivilized race, and therefore all members of uncivilized races must carry passes. So they were forced to carry passes, which means again that they were going to be restricted in their movements. And then in 1891, Indians were not allowed to own businesses. And Indians were also being deported from the Orange Free State. So the Boers didn't want anything to do with them. And when they tried to immigrate or move, the Orange Free State said no way. And then in 1894, there was something called the Franchise Bill, and it disenfranchised all Indians. Remember that part of the agreement was you stay 10 years, you get full citizenship, which means voting rights. Well, by 1894, no way. They don't want that anymore. And so the Indians that were in South Africa then were all disenfranchised by 1896. But 1894 is also the year that Gandhi, famous Indian, that Gandhi, begins his political career. He had traveled from India to South Africa to help on a case. One of his friends, one of his family members involved in a legal case. And once he arrives, he kind of sees the situation in India and decides that he needs to do something, that he needs to participate in trying to end this discrimination. So 1894 is really the year that Gandhi begins his work. And he campaigns, for example, against the past laws, um, and he campaigns against a number. I'm only giving you a few of the laws that were passed. There were a host of laws passed that would discriminate against Indians. And so Gandhi really begins working to try and undo this. Excuse me, and it leads to what's known as the passive resistance campaign that Gandhi initiates in the early 1900s. And passive resistance really means, kind of peaceful demonstrations, marches, and Gandhi's kind of nonviolent civil disobedience campaigns really start taking hold by the early 1900s, and they're all directed at the South African governments that are continuing to block or discriminate against Indians in the country. Of course, by the early 1900s, the political dynamics of the country have changed, which I haven't talked about quite yet. But this campaign goes on, and ultimately, Gandhi strikes a deal with the Boer leaders. The Boer leaders kind of renege on their promise. Gandhi is criticized for making deals with Boer leaders. He resumes his campaign in 1913, and ultimately it leads to an agreement between Gandhi and his group and the governments in the Boer part of South Africa. And it's more complicated here, but essentially the agreement removes some discriminatory laws against Indians. So, for example, Indians are allowed more freedom of movement in the country. There's a recognition of Hindu marriage. Up to that time, Hindu marriage was not recognized in South Africa, so now that is. There was also a 3 rand tax, like a $3 tax on Indians as well, just for being Indian. That was taken away as part of this agreement. So there were a number of laws that were eliminated as a result of Gandhi's campaign in South Africa, but by no means did it end the discrimination or the second-class status of Indians in South Africa. And Gandhi was again criticized for making this deal because his critics charged, you didn't win anything. The discrimination and the separation is still in place. You just relaxed it around the edges. But Gandhi said it was a good start, and it was as much as they could get at the time. And then he left and went to India, and then of course becomes more famous for his campaign against the British in India. But Gandhi spent a good 20-some years in South Africa, kind of, I suppose, honing his tactics and fighting for the rights of Indians in South Africa. By 1911, the government of India stops allowing the export of Indian indentures. So basically, it was the Indian government that stopped this indentured servitude system heading to South Africa. But before it ended, there were at least 150,000 Indian indentures who were brought over to work in the sugar plantations, primarily in the sugar plantations. And that's not counting, of course, the non-indentured Indians who also traveled to South Africa. So the Indian population in South Africa, even today, is quite large, and I think it's still the largest Indian population outside of India in the world. If not, it's certainly right up there because of this policy that was started in 1859. The other group that needs some mention here is the Graika people. And if you go back to this map, you can see Graikaland West, Graikaland East here. these two regions in blue. Now, the Graika people are the what are better known as the mixed race population of South Africa, or as the South Africans called them, coloreds. So the colored population in South Africa began basically from the time the Dutch arrived, because uh, the mixed race or colored people were the products of Dutch or early European colonists and uh, native South African women and slaves, obviously. And this population became quite significant even in the 1600s into the 1700s. And so their numbers were important. And they occupy kind of a very nebulous space in South African history, because nobody was really sure how to classify them. Some of them could pass as white, some of them were classified as black, and some of them were considered colored. So their racial situation, their racial um, position in society throughout this entire period was very, very fluid. But for the purposes of what we're talking about here in the 1800s, this growing mixed race population um, wanted to escape. They wanted to get away. They wanted to create their own territory, just like the Boers. And so they migrated northward from the original Cape Colony. So from down here, they migrated northward to this region, this what is called West Territory. They were led by a former slave named Adam Koch, K-O-K, and he led this uh, trek, if you want to call it that, in around 1800. And along the way, as they migrated north, they were joined by um, even local blacks, the local black population, and some whites. And when they finished their journey, they settled here in this region, uh, Griqualand West, and they created what amounts to their own state. They tried to, it's just supposed to be a state of coloreds, a state of mixed race people. Although, again, there were other races there at the time. But it was being led and run and governed by the colored race. And so this land east gets created separately when a group of coloreds moved there on the request of a missionary. There was a British missionary who requested that they, travel to his missionary site, basically to protect the area from whites who were moving into the region, from hostile whites. And so they agreed to go with him and establish a colony there. And that's how this region grows. So originally it's this region in the north, and then some break off and move down here and start to create this land. Again, this was all happening in the early 1800s, before the British have moved this way, even before the Boers have moved into their territories. So that's how East Land is created. And these were governing areas meant to try and create a safe space and power for colored people at the time, who were also marginalized by both the British and the Boers. If you fast forward then, both of these regions will be annexed by the British. The East will be annexed by the British in 1874, and West Griqualand will be annexed by the British in 1871. So the Griqua people had a short-lived kind of independent state of their own. But why were these territories finally taken by the British? Well, the answer to that is mainly because diamonds were discovered in South Africa in 1886 in 1866 and 1867. Now, as the story goes, a boy found a diamond basically by a stream, so it was a alluvial find, and brought it to his dad, who then sold it, and supposedly this was the start of the great diamond discovery in South Africa. But the diamond discovery really didn't start until 1869, and what I mean by that is the diamonds that were found in 1866 and 1867 were ones that you could basically pick up off the ground, right? They were found in near waters and streams. They were easy to get at. But those were not the main sources, the main veins of diamonds. Instead, the main ones were discovered in 1869, and many of those diamonds were in hard rock. So it required, more work and more excavation, more mining really to get them out. But they were much larger sources of diamonds. So really 1869 is the most important year, although the process gets started in 1866. It was the end of 1866 and early 1867. But the problem was, where diamonds were discovered, if you look at this blurry map, was right in here. This town that would become known as Kimberley, right there. The problem was, at the time when they were discovered, this area here was right on the boundary line. Again, if you go back here, we're talking about basically here. So it's on the boundary line of Griqualand, it's on the boundary line of the Boer Orange Free State, and so the point is that it wasn't clear who actually controlled the diamond area. Many different groups and people made claims to that. The British claimed it was theirs. The Griqua claimed it was theirs. The Boers claimed it was theirs. And so there was this ongoing dispute. And so in order to solve this, all parties were finally convinced to arbitration. So they would submit their cases to an arbitrator, and this arbitrator would decide. It turns out that the arbitrator would be the governor of Natal. So again, here's Natal. Remember, we're in 1869-70 here. So this Natal province is controlled by the British. The governor of Natal has been appointed by the British, but he will be the one to decide the fate of this diamond area. And so, in the end, the arbitrator assigns the diamond mines or diamond region to who? No, not the British, to the Griquas. The Griquas are said to be the rightful owners. It's on their land. So it should have been their diamonds, thus their resources. However, as soon as the arbitrator made this ruling, the Griqua leaders asked for the British to come into the territory for protection because they believed that the Boers would not let them have the diamond mines, that they would attack them, they would invade. And they were not capable of resisting the Boers, or so they felt. And so they asked the British to come in for protection. So that's why you see this land here in dark blue, because the Griqua actually invite the British to annex it, to protect it. And so, in a roundabout way, the mines at Kimberley end up in British possession. Now, the unfortunate part about this is that even though the mines were technically awarded to the Griqua, they never actually got any of the diamonds. They were never paid any compensation or anything by the British. Instead, because the British come in to quote-unquote protect the region, the diamond mines at Kimberley are basically under the control of the British, and the Griqua get nothing out of it. And by 1880, Kimberley, which is the site, was the main location of these diamond mines, Kimberley is producing about 95% of the world's diamonds. So almost all the diamonds in the world are coming out of that mine, which means the owners of these mines are becoming incredibly wealthy, and it's a boon to the British South African colony. They are the ones who will reap the benefits from this. The population of South Africa as a result of the diamond boom doubles, and the Cape Colony, which is the British colony there, their treasury, their finances triple. So they're awash in money from this diamond find. And the man who is primarily responsible for extracting these diamonds is a man by the name of Cecil Rhodes. Rhodes, he's able to come into Kimberley, and at the time there were a lot of like British companies to extract the diamonds, and you have to understand that these are in hard rocks. It takes an organization that can extract them, and who's got the capital to run that kind of organization? The Boers don't, they're farmers. The Griqua don't, so it's only the British. And so the British kind of capitalists are able to come in and reap the benefits of this, and Rhodes is able to consolidate all the companies, all the mines in Kimberley, and form them into one company, which becomes known as De Beers in 1888. De Beers Diamonds is famous, and it's still in operation. And once you've consolidated the mines, of course, then the next step is, well, you've got to extract the diamonds. Who's going to do that work? Well, in these days, in the 1880s, it was African laborers who were primarily used in the diamond mines, and would be primarily used in the diamond mines throughout history. So you've got Indians working on sugar plantations in Natal, here in more the center of the country, deeper in the country, where the black population, of course, was or had been unstable because of wars and such, had lost their independence. They're more willing, I suppose, to work in the diamond mines. And so it's the Africans who will be extracting it on Griqua territory for the benefit of the British. Well, after the discovery of diamonds in the 1860s, the British then decide, the British government that is, decides that they want to consolidate all of South Africa. They want to bring South Africa under complete British control. And what was popular after the 1860s in Britain was this idea of confederation. So what the British were doing with their other colonies, like Canada in North America, is they were introducing federation status. That is, they would give these regions, kind of self-governing power, but they would stay under the umbrella or under the control of the British. So a dominion-like status. So the British had successfully done that in Canada, and they hoped to do the same thing in South Africa. So what that meant was that by the time we get to the middle of the 1870s, the British government now is pushing for unification of all the South African territories. So just again, to go back one more time, if you look at this map, this is an independent country. This is an independent country, right? And so the idea is to unify all of these regions under one government that will be functioning by itself, but will also be under the umbrella of the British. So it'll be tied, in other words, to the British Empire, and for reasons of trade and security, etc. So that's what the British aimed to do by the late 1870s. And their first step was the British annexed the Transvaal in 1877 and the Orange Free State. That meant that the British said, okay, we're now in control of the Transvaal. Well, those were the Boer territories. Those were the Boer states. And the Boers greatly resented this. They wanted the British there not for any length of time. They hated this. But the reason they didn't respond, that is the reason they didn't resist, is because the Boers in those regions at the time feared that if they tried to fight the British, that the Zulus, their longtime nemesis, the group they had been fighting ever since the Great Trek, would take advantage and attack them. So the Boers decided not to resist British annexation in 1877. But what that meant, in effect, was that now the British were responsible for the security of the Transvaal, that they were responsible for the security of those former Boer territories. And the British then thought that the only group standing in the way of unification, of confederation, were the Zulus. Again, just to go back to this map yet again. So the British annexed these regions. Well, what's left? The only thing that's left is here, right? Zululand in particular. And that meant that the British needed to bring the Zulus into this annexation in order to create complete British control and unity in the region. So that meant that by 1878, the British were looking for an excuse and, in fact, gearing up for a war with the Zulus. And there's a lot of different negotiations that took place, but essentially the British wanted the Zulus to accept confederation and disband their army. So the only army in the region, in other words, should be the British army. The Boers shouldn't have an army, the Zulus, none of the other groups should have an army. That's how this confederation would work. So what the British did, again, after a series of kind of negotiations and talks, is as they were preparing for war, they sent an ultimatum to the Zulus saying, you need to accept confederation and disband your army or else. Well, the Zulus had no intention of doing that. And so in early 1879, the British invade Zululand, Zulu territory. I should mention that this was not authorized by the British government in London. This was done because the British leader in South Africa made this decision kind of on his own. And so the British invaded Zulu territory. Initially, the Zulus beat the British back. They surprised the British, won a famous victory, and forced the British back into Natal province, where the British had come from. But the British regrouped and attacked again in 1879 and ultimately defeat the Zulus. And in the aftermath of this, rather than confederate the area, what the British decided to do is to divide the Zulu land into 13 different chiefdoms. So they divide the land and put a different chief in charge of each of those regions. And the reason they do that is because they want to ensure that the Zulu cannot unite again, cannot rise up against them. Because, you know, you carve a land into 13 different pieces and then put 13 different leaders in charge. You're doing that because you want to create division. You want to create conflict, right? Those leaders aren't going to agree. They're going to try to fight each other for more power, more land, blah, 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 blah. And that's what the British want. They'll remain internally divided and thus not a threat to the British anymore. And so that's what the British do. By the end of 1879, they won the war, and they've now reduced Zululand to a divided set of chiefdoms. Shortly after the end of the Anglo-Zulu War in 1879, the Boers now realized that the threat of the Zulu attack is gone. The British have taken that off the table for them, so they've helped the Boers in that respect. And so the Zulus now, or excuse me, the Boers now decide that they want the British out of their territory. As I said, they had wanted them out from the beginning since 1877, but had thought better of challenging the British. But now in 1880, things changed, and the Boers begin making noises that they want to be independent, and ultimately they rise up against the British, attack the British in December of 1880. There are a number of battles between British forces and Boer forces. The Boers, of course, being farmers, like to use hit and run, guerrilla-style tactics. They were good shots, but they didn't have the same level of equipment and firepower that the British did. But they were good at knowing the land and conducting guerrilla-type warfare. The British were caught off guard, I think, by this, and the British actually lost a series of battles. And at this point, the British government in London wants no more fighting. They don't want to deal with this issue. They have problems in other places in the world, including India. And so for them, a war in South Africa is not desirable, especially after fighting this Zulu war. They don't want another one. So the British government then puts pressure on the British governors in South Africa to make peace. And they do shortly after. And essentially the peace agreement after this first Boer War is that the Boers will be given self-government in the Transvaal, in those old regions. And so that's why you see the South African Republic is created in the wake of the first Boer War. So the Boers, in essence, get their independence again after the first Boer War. And the British are thrown out of that territory, at least for now. However, it doesn't last long, because shortly after the Boer War, gold is discovered in South Africa. And the gold, when it was discovered, I mean, nobody's really sure exactly when it's discovered. Some people argue it's 1884 that the first gold pieces are found. But the extensive gold areas in South Africa are known by 1886. And just like the diamond situation, with gold it was even more acute in that the gold that was discovered was buried literally under thousands of feet of hard rock, which meant that it was going to take an awful lot of work, awful lot of engineering and equipment to extract that gold. And you can see in this slide here, these primary areas where ultimately gold fields were discovered. And if you're keeping track, you'll know that this area is primarily in Boer territory as well. And once again, Cecil Rhodes would play an important role in the gold regions. Because the gold was buried so deeply underground, it was necessary to use elaborate state-of-the-art equipment to bring in the best engineers in order to extract it. Again, these are things, even though the gold is in Boer territory, they don't have the capital, they don't have the technology, they don't have the resources or know-how to extract the gold. And so very quickly, British diamond mine owners like Cecil Rhodes, who was by this time certainly becoming the most important and dominant, they're the only ones who are positioned to come in and take advantage of these gold mines, which they do. And Cecil Rhodes, like he dominated diamonds, would soon dominate the gold mines. And I think it's a fair argument to say that the gold mines, in many ways, would become more important than even the diamond mines were in South Africa. That the gold mines uh, were seen as being more lucrative, more essential. And keep in mind that in this era, many economies, many national economies are tied to the gold standard. So, having gold was considered to be more valuable at that moment. But one of the things that it does is that it creates immediately, kind of overnight, it creates the city. If you look here, it creates the city of Johannesburg. This city wasn't in existence until gold was discovered, and since the gold was discovered, right here, the town sprang up basically overnight because of gold. It was called the Instant Town, and the population of Johannesburg would swell very quickly, and it would become the most important city, uh, certainly in the Boer-controlled region. And gold then would become yet another resource that would become dominated by the British and by the British financial interests. The other thing to talk about here before we move on in the narrative, and that is Chinese indentured labor. Just like the Indians before them, Chinese would be important in the development of the economy of South Africa. When the gold mines were first discovered, mine owners used black labor, just as they had done in the diamond mines. But over time, things changed. Black workers became less and less willing to work in the gold mines. They wouldn't tolerate the terrible conditions. And certainly, as part of a resistance movement or campaign against the government, they also wanted to withhold some of their labor. So there were certain reasons why black laborers wouldn't stay in the mines. If you look at numbers, there was massive turnover in black labor in the mines. They couldn't keep them. So mine owners eventually decide that they need a different labor source, a more dependable or more dependent labor source. And they decide to turn to Chinese indentures. Now, if you look at the history of the Chinese in South Africa, actually the Dutch wanted Chinese to immigrate to South Africa as early as the 1660s. The reason is, again, if you remember, I said that many Boers, many of those early farmers, had moved away from the VOC, right? Trying to get away from them. They thought they were unfair in pricing and such. So the VOC worried that they weren't going to have enough farmers or enough labor to supply them with their needs. And so they thought that they could import Chinese, not as indentured servants, mind you, but simply as farmers. And they hoped also that that would increase their tax base, that in fact they could make money. They could bring Chinese farmers in, they would grow things that would help the VOC, their shipping, and then at the same time they could tax them, and so that would help pay even for the goods that they had to buy. So the Dutch had their own kind of financial reasons why they wanted to do that. But in the 1660s, they couldn't find any Chinese who wanted to go to South Africa. So this plan was scuttled due to lack of interest on the part of the Chinese. So the number of Chinese in South Africa up until say the 1870s is virtually none, very, very few. In 1870, some Chinese start coming to South Africa from places like Guangdong, Canton as it was called. Why? Because of the diamonds. Once it was discovered that diamonds are in South Africa, it's going to attract some numbers of people, and among those were Chinese. But when the Chinese arrived to try and get to the diamond mines, they were prevented from the mines. There were a number of anti-Chinese laws that were created by the 1870s. And so the Chinese really had no access to the diamonds at all. And instead, those that did come were disappointed, and many of them instead tried to create their own stores, their own shops, right? Become kind of local merchants in the region to service the diamond miners. So that's what most of the Chinese who came in the 19th century, they came as a result of the diamonds. However, like I said, after the discovery of gold in the 1880s, black laborers were used. Within 10 years, diamond miners started to realize, this is an unstable labor force, let's look somewhere else. So most Chinese that actually came to South Africa came really in the first decade of the 1900s. In fact, the numbers are pretty stark. Between 1904 and 1910, there were about 63,000 Chinese who came to South Africa. And they were primarily drawn from places like Shandong and Henan, areas of China. And this is all now because of Chinese indentures. And the driving force, ironically, or I suppose not ironically, but sadly enough, the driving force behind this was a man named Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover is more famous as being the President of the United States in the late 1920s and early 1930s. But in the early 1900s, Herbert Hoover was the director of something called the Chinese Engineering and Mining Corporation. Don't let the name fool you. It's simply a company that operates to supply indentured servants, indentured labor, to South African mines. That was their whole purpose. So they would go and recruit Chinese to sign indentured contracts and then ship them off to South Africa. And this Chinese Engineering and Mining Corporation signed a lucrative deal with South African mine owners to supply them with labor. And so, just like in the case of the Indians, the Chinese were brought over to South Africa and put into the mines. This happened in the early 1900s, but immediately it met with a hailstorm of protest. Protest inside of South Africa. Again, you can imagine the Boers wanted no immigrants from Asia or anywhere else coming into their territories, and so they opposed this immediately. But as we often see in history, these policies are being driven by companies. Sugar planters brought in Indians, and now gold mining companies are bringing in forced Chinese labor. Well, the Chinese immediately are exposed to harsh, terrible conditions, very dangerous working environment, etc. And not surprisingly, they arrive in a climate where the Gandhian Indians are protesting. And so many Chinese join Gandhi in his protest activities in the middle of the early 1900s, so 1905, 6, 7, that region. And the Transvaal, which again was under the control of the Boers, had a policy of no Asians owning land. So Indians, Chinese, nobody owning land. And they also required that all Asians carry passes. So this is why harsh conditions, restrictive laws, passes, all this stuff drove many Chinese to participate in the passive resistance campaign of Gandhi. And ultimately, what happens is there's such a firestorm of opposition to the Chinese, and now they're protesting. So you could see that there were problems on both sides. Chinese were unhappy, Boers were unhappy, and the white population, more specifically, I suppose, was unhappy. And so the result was that the Boers decide to repatriate the Chinese. That is, they decide to send the Chinese laborers back to China. And they begin doing this then by 1908, 1909, that area. And so all the Chinese indentured laborers who had arrived were sent back to China by 1910 in a rare example of massive repatriation. They simply were taken out of the gold mines and sent back to China. So when we talk about the difference between Indians in South Africa and Chinese in South Africa, the Chinese population remains smaller. They're still, of course, significant, but smaller than the Indian population because so many of them were sent back. The Indians' population was not repatriated the same way the Chinese population was. And the other reason why mine owners turned to Chinese workers is because there was an interruption in their supply of black laborers at the end of the 1800s. And that interruption was caused by the Second Boer War in 1898 to 1902. Now, the causes of the Second Boer War can be complicated, but let me try to boil it down so you can understand it simply. And that is that the British wanted control of the entire South African region, just as they had in the 1870s and 1880s. And they wanted protection for the gold mines. And they wanted greater access to these gold mines. The fact is that the Transvaal government, the Boer government, was able to try and restrict British capital in the region. Not successfully, but they could still be, a nuisance. And the British wanted them out of the way. They wanted complete access to this. And nobody was more forceful in their demands for the British taking control of Boer territories than Cecil Rhodes, the man who controlled the diamond mines and the man who controlled the gold mines. He was an avid imperialist, British imperialist, who wanted control not only of all of South Africa, but as much of Africa as possible. And so he was pushing the British government for a long time to simply take over. When the British government balked, refused, hesitated, Rhodes decided to take matters into his own hands, and he financed what was known as the Jameson Raid. There was a guy by the name of Jameson, and basically his job was to send a group into the Transvaal, into the Boer-controlled region, and start an uprising of quote-unquote foreigners. That is, people who were not of Boer makeup, and to get them to rise up and overthrow the government, hoping that this would then allow him or the British to take over. So what Rhodes is doing, of course, is he's starting a diplomatic conflict between the British and the Boer republics, right? Because the Boer government is going to say, hey, you've got these guys coming into our territory, trying to stir up trouble, trying to overthrow the government. Britain, you need to control them. You need to suppress them. The British government, of course, won't do that because what are you going to do? Cecil Rhodes, he's an important resource generator for the British in South Africa. You're not going to muzzle him, right? So it leads to an untenable situation. The British then send troops to the border of the Boer republics, and the Boers basically say you need to withdraw your troops or else. Inevitably, the conflict begins. The Boers declare war on the British in 1898. So it's really, an issue over imperialism. It's an issue over controlling of the gold mines, and a desire for the British again to unite South Africa. So the war starts in 1898. The Boers again have some early successes. They fight a kind of hit and run campaign that frustrates the British military. And the British struggle in the first year of the war. By the second year of the war, the British are able to take a better control of the fighting, and the Boers are reduced to guerrilla hit and run actions again to try and extend the war. The British respond to that with a scorched earth policy, burning Boer villages and towns. They also set up concentration camps. The image you see to the right here is a picture of one of those concentration camps where they take Boers and put them in these areas, right, to isolate them. And there's a generally very brutal, heavy-handed policy of the British to try and force the Boers into compliance, to surrender. The other thing the British do is they kind of develop a tactic known as the honeypot strategy. The honeypot strategy is named after the idea of if you're hunting for a bear, if you want to kill the bear, how do you do that? What's the best way to do that? It's not to go running around in the woods chasing after the bear. The best way to do it is to set a pot of honey out, right, that the bear will smell, will want. And when the bear comes to get the honey, you're there and you shoot him and kill him, right? So the honeypot strategy employs that philosophy, which is the British will set up bases, military bases, and wait for the Boers to attack them. Because the British have superior firepower, artillery, etc., then the British will be able to wipe out the guerrilla force. So rather than chasing them around the country, you wait for them to attack you. The problem with this strategy is that it is long-term. It means that you've ceded the initiative to the Boers. In other words, the Boers get to decide when they're going to attack, right? So you have to wait for them. So the strategy can take a long time, but it proves to be effective. And eventually the combination of all of these tactics, scorched earth, concentration camps, honeypot, general kinds of brutal actions on the part of the British, eventually in 1902 the Boers are worn down and they agree to surrender. And so the British ultimately win the Second Boer War in a pretty protracted way. But that's why, again, if we go back to the Chinese labor, that's why Chinese are sought, because during the war it disrupts the gold mine production, and the black population flees the area because, of course, they don't want to be caught up in the war. So when the war is over, there's basically no labor anymore around the gold mines, no black labor. That's why the Chinese are imported. But for the British then, they have finally achieved their goal of conquering and uniting all of the various republics under one British Empire. However, it doesn't last long because the British realize that in order to govern effectively in areas that have a large Boer population, they need the cooperation of the Boers. And so the British then begin negotiations not long after the end of the war, begin negotiations with the Boer leaders into creating what ultimately becomes the Union of South Africa in 1910. And so the Union of South Africa is created. This is what the British, I suppose, had wanted all along. They had wanted some kind of agreement whereby the British would have overall control of South Africa. But in this case, the concession the British make is to give the Boers control of the entire country. So no longer do the Boers have control just over Orange Free State and Transvaal. They now get control over the entire area. So they're kind of self-governing. It's not a confederation like in Canada. It's not strictly that way, but the British are able to maintain influence over South Africa. So South Africa is under, the British umbrella, the Queen. They have to recognize the Queen. They have to follow British foreign policy, and the British, of course, get trade benefits as if it was part of their country. And as part of the agreement, Dutch and English languages become equal in government. So the old sticking point that the Boers had, that you must speak English, now under this new Union of South Africa, English and Dutch are equal. So all government materials, everything officially has to be in both languages. So in this way, the Boers ultimately get what they want, which is now they're able to make their own laws in South Africa, and the British get what they want, which is they get the benefits of South Africa without necessarily having the headache of having to govern it day to day. So in 1910, it appears to be a solution that both sides can live with, and ultimately both sides accept. The Union of South Africa, however, now paves the way for the creation of what will become known as apartheid in South Africa. Now, just to be clear here, when people talk about apartheid and apartheid policies, they're usually talking about the policies that were created after World War II, that is, after 1945. However, in my argument here, I would suggest to you that the first kind of apartheid laws are actually enacted much earlier, as early as 1910. So as soon as the British and the Boers agree to this, you can start to see the implementation of apartheid laws. Now keep in mind, again, what's happened here is that up until 1910, the British were able to make laws in the Cape Colony, in Natal, in places that they controlled. And their laws had been more designed to create equality. In the Boer-controlled areas, like the Transvaal and the Orange Free State, there had been severe restrictions placed on blacks. Now that the Boers were in complete control of the country, starting in 1910, they meant to extend those policies throughout the entire country. And we can see this right away. If you look at this list here, the first one that the Boers enact is called the South Africa Act, 1910. And essentially this act enfranchises all whites, that is all Europeans or those considered to be white, and it bars blacks from government. So from the very beginning, blacks cannot hold any positions or any seats in government. So I think that's an important first step in creating this apartheid system. There are many others that are created throughout this early period. I've just tried to pick a few here that I think are most important. Another one is the Mines and Works Act, which was created in 1911. And basically this law meant that only whites could hold skilled jobs in mining. Mining meaning, of course, the primary industries at this point are diamond and gold mining. And so one of the things that's happening here is that the Boers had always resented the fact that the British controlled um, the mines and the resources, even though these resources were on what the Boers considered to be their land. They got no benefits from it, right? All of that money was taken out by the British. So they always resented the British for this. The British were the mine owners. They held the executive positions. They made the most money, etc. And so the Boers often, if they weren't farming, they would have to compete with blacks for menial mining jobs. And so what the Mines and Works Act did was it reserved skilled jobs, that is better paying jobs, for whites only. So blacks would be confined to the lowest paid jobs. Um, and so that's an important step. The other one is the Native Lands Act of 1913. And this is also, I think, critical in establishing a larger pattern here because it prohibits Africans from owning land outside of a specific area. And what they determined is that blacks would have to live, or that is, I shouldn't say live, they would have to own land only on 13% of the total land area of South Africa. Okay, so that means in 1913, blacks could only own land on 13% of the land area, and that would be designated by the government. So, of course, you're going to restrict blacks to the worst land, the least productive land, the least valuable land. So we have this already in 1913. Otherwise, blacks can't own any land. That's an important step as well. And then the Color Bar Act of 1926 prohibited blacks from practicing in skilled trades. And the reason I'm highlighting these acts is because we can see from the Mines and Works Act and the Color Bar Act that what the government has done from the beginning is it has said black South Africans can only hold the lowest paying, most menial jobs in the country. That any type of job that requires skill, any type of job that requires more knowledge and would pay higher wages are reserved for whites. And so the idea then is that the British are going to be the owners, the executives, and then the next level, the skilled level workers who are non-owners, they would be the Boers. And then the people that are going to do the hard back-breaking work, like in the mines, that's going to be the black population, and that's their job. So you've already created this economic system, this social classification structure, already by the 1920s, well before the time anybody has heard of apartheid. But I think it's fair to say that these laws are every bit a part of the apartheid system. And again, these laws are going to ensure that blacks are going to have to seek jobs from white employers, and they're going to receive only the lowest paying jobs. If blacks can't own any land outside of 13% of the territory, they don't have any economic independence. And if they can't do skilled jobs, then what can they do? They're always going to have to go to a white employer, right? And that means that they will always be dependent on the white population for their survival and for anything that they get. And of course, if you can control that, then it makes it easier to control blacks' political activities because you can go to them and say, if you want a job here, then you can't vote. Right? Don't even think about voting. Don't cause trouble. Don't resist. Right? If you protest, if you demand political rights, then we're going to fire you. You won't have anything. So this system from the very beginning then is meant to control the black population both economically and politically. And it does do that quite well, I would add. So once these first apartheid laws are being put in place, um, the South African white population, the Boers, try to work out among themselves just their position or just their approach to racial matters in the country. And if you look at the political history of South Africa, it really boils down to two parties: the United Party and the Nationalist Party. And in the case of South Africa, the first political organization that took control after 1910 was the South African Party. So it wasn't either of these names, it was called the South African Party. Eventually, the South African Party would become the United Party. And I'm not going to go through all the machinations of how that happens because that's not really important. But what is important, I think, is from the beginning, the United Party was very cloudy on its position of race. That is, they didn't have a well defined philosophy or a set of goals or policies in how to deal with the racial mix in South Africa. And I think it's been best described as the United Party was against apartheid. Certainly, that's what they would say after 1945, that they were against apartheid, but they favored white minority rule. That was essentially their position. But it left them in an awkward position as well, because at the one time you're saying you're against apartheid, which is designed to ensure white minority rule and control, but at the same time you favor white minority rule and control. So how do you oppose that which is doing what you say you want, if that makes sense? And so I think that was the contradiction the United Party faced throughout its existence. It seemed in many ways to have contradictory um, positions and goals. Meanwhile, the Nationalist Party began in 1915, and the Nationalist Party uh, would ultimately be the party that favors apartheid, clearly. And so these are ultra-nationalists who feel that the issue of race has to be dealt with squarely and has to be dealt with severely. Now, the nationalists were not in power at first. Up until 1924, it was the South African Party, then the United Party, that was in control. So, again, if we go back here, many of these early laws that were set up, these apartheid laws, were actually set up by the United Party, which was a party that was supposedly against apartheid. It doesn't make any sense, I know, but that's the reality. The fact is that everyone in the Boer or the white community agreed with these early policies, whether they were United or Nationalist in their political view. However, in 1924, the Nationalists got their first chance at government, and they were in coalition with a bunch of other smaller parties whose names I won't burden you with. But basically, they ruled into the 1930s. In the 1930s, these two parties, the United Party and the Nationalist Party, actually merged. Because again, in reality, there's not much separation between what they think. At least there wasn't at this point. They basically agreed, right? I mean, again, the Mines and Works Act, the Nationalists agree with. The Native Lands Act, the Nationalists agree with. So what differences do they have? None. And so by the 1930s, they're not disagreeing on much of anything. So they feel like they can merge, which they do. And then so in the night. So what I'm saying is, regardless if it's the United Party or the Nationalist Party in control of South Africa in these early decades, their policies were basically the same. Their outlook was basically the same. And that's why they were able to merge. The one thing that the Nationalists did do in the 1930s, however, is they gave white women the right to vote. And not because they cared about women's suffrage, or they felt that women needed political power. They did it because they thought giving white women the vote would suppress the colored vote. Because remember, white women only get the vote. So if all white women vote, and they will with their white husbands, then it essentially nullifies the colored vote. So it makes it irrelevant. Because up until that time, you know, the coloreds could vote in certain regions. Again, this gets more complicated because part of what, when the British left, part of what they mandated was that their rules in the Cape Colony needed to stay in force. And part of that was that colored people could vote. Now, eventually that would be taken away and eroded. But at this time in the 1930s, coloreds in that area could still vote. So, in order to get rid of their political power, white women were enfranchised by the nationalists. Now, when the two groups did merge in the 1930s, most of them were happy with the merger. However, there was a small group of nationalists who refused to join in this merger. And they started what was called the Purified Nationalist Party. Okay, so these are nationalists who won't merge with the United Party. So they keep separate as a minority political party. And when World War II approached in 1939, the Purified Nationalist Party opposed the government supporting the British because, of course, the British were going to fight the Germans. And the Purified National Party didn't want to support the British at all, opposed it. Meanwhile, the unity government, the merged political parties, all agreed to support the British during the war. That was the dominant idea, is to support the British. I think why it's complicated. I think because many of the leaders in the party at that time had been people who had been involved in negotiations with the British. They trusted the British more, and they also felt that there were, British, English people within the colony, and in order to keep their political support, it was best to back the British. But there were others who disagreed, and those were people in the Purified Nationalist Party. So that became the major division point by the time we get to the 1940s. The issue over whether or not to support the British during the war. And this ultimately leads, again, it's a longer, more complicated situation that I won't explain, but essentially the nationalists then, many of them start to pull away or abandon the United Party. So that merger that I talked about in the 30s breaks apart during World War II. And the division again is over this issue of whether or not to support the British. So the country becomes divided on this issue. The government stays in support of the British, but the nationalists then become their own kind of large party again. And after the war, when World War II ends, things change again because the nationalists will ultimately win the election in 1948. And I think a couple things had happened here. First of all, the man that's pictured here, D.F. Malan, he had been the leader of the Purified Nationalist Party. That is, he had never joined the merger. He had always, stuck to his kind of nationalist principles. And so he became the leader then once the Nationalist Party kind of reemerged in the 40s. And so this gave them, I think, some credibility. In addition to that, I think the problem for the United Party was that they were just too ambiguous when it came to issues of race. And one of the things that had happened with the demographics on the ground in South Africa during the war is that you had a lot of blacks migrating internally. So a lot of blacks migrated to cities, and many of the former Boers, they had had their land stripped by the British, right? They had had their, because of scorched earth, they had had their farms destroyed. So many of those Boers who had been farmers had also been forced to the cities, which is why they got the skilled jobs, right? They had been farmers, they needed other work, they were given those jobs. Well, in the 40s, black labor now migrates in large numbers to cities. And so what I'm saying is that to the white Boers in these urban areas, these black workers appeared as a threat to their economic livelihoods. Even though the laws already favored the whites, they now saw them as economic competition and remembered that these people were going to live in and around them. And they didn't like this. So the changing demographics in South Africa as a result of the war, combined with the United Party's kind of ambiguous, internally contradictory stance on race, made them difficult to support. Whereas the nationalists had a very clear agenda, and their agenda was apartheid. Their agenda was separation. Their agenda was you couldn't, the races could not, live and work together. Their agenda was clear to people. And when people felt nervous, frustrated, angry, afraid, whatever, because of these changing demographics, the nationalists seemed like the obvious choice to the white population, of course, because the other populations are not voting. So in 1948, Mallon and the nationalists win the election, and this will usher in what is traditionally seen as the beginning of apartheid in South Africa. And it will also start a more than 40-year run of nationalists in power. The United Party will not see power again, basically the rest of the century. Now, once the nationalists had control of the government in 1948, they began to implement their vision and their policy. They began to put in place what we call in history grand apartheid. And it basically is a comprehensive, systematic program to establish permanent white domination of every facet of life in South Africa and keep blacks, and when I say blacks, I mean not only black people, but any person of color, keep them dependent, subjugated, and isolated. And I think that sums up what grand apartheid was. Now, if we look at some of the individual acts associated with grand apartheid, I think it becomes a little clearer how they did this. I want to say too that there are so many acts that were created during apartheid, during not only this period but throughout the second half of the 20th century. I can't list them all. There's simply too many. I've tried to again pick out some ones that I think are of the most importance, but please keep in mind that there were a laundry list, a lengthy list of laws that were enacted. There's just too many to mention. But one of the first ones that they implemented was this Prohibition of Mixed Marriages Act in 1945. And as you can probably imagine, it outlawed marriages between races. So whites could only marry whites, coloreds could only marry coloreds, blacks, blacks, Asians, etc. So that was the first step, is to try and make sure that there would be no racial mixing. That's why they implemented this act. The government certainly not only would not recognize it, but would outlaw it. You could go to jail if you had any kind of mixed race marriage. To further that, in 1950, they passed the Immorality Act. And this meant that any sexual relations between races was a crime. So not just marriage, But any kind of what the government deemed sexual contact was illegal. Now, what did that mean? Well, the government used that in pretty broad language. So, sexual contact could mean anything, really. It could mean a hug, it could mean a kiss. So, the government wanted no hint of any kind of closeness between people in different races. And of course, this is the first step in separating people. So there's no contact, there's no marriages, nothing. The other act that's critical here is the Population Registration Act. Okay, so now that you've created laws to basically keep people apart sexually, relationships, then the next step here is to register people. That meant that every person in South Africa had to acquire a racial ID card. So the racial ID card would simply classify your race. And according to these parameters, the government came up with 4 different races. In other words, everybody would be classified into one of the 4 races. The races were white, African or black, colored, and Asian or Indian, the same thing. So you would be into one of those 4. How did you decide? Well, the government would decide. How would they decide? They'd decide based on your look, based on your appearance. How you appeared to them is what you would be put in. So, again, it could lead to all sorts of things. It could lead to quote unquote colored people being put in the Asian category or in the African category, etc. So it was the government's decision in how to classify you. They tried to use some things like your heritage. If you had any black ancestor going back to whatever it was, the 1700s, then you would be considered black, etc. But it was the government that decided this. You had no say in what your racial identity was. And then you would be issued this card. And once everybody had their ID cards, the government had you registered under what race you were. Then that paved the way for the next act, which was the Group Areas Act. Up until this period, up until the 1950s, most settlements, most communities in South Africa had a racially diverse population. So as I said, in the 1940s, you'd have blacks living in proximity to whites. They would be living in the same neighborhood, the same areas. That was common. The Group Areas Act meant to eliminate this. So this act allotted each race its own area within a city or within a region. So now, this is segregation at its ultimate, right? Is that you putting each racial group, so the government has established there are 4 racial groups, so in a city there will be 4 racial areas. And therefore you must live in your racial area. Or if it's a region outside of a city, you must live in that region. And this Group Areas Act was expanded in 1951 by the Bantu Authorities Act. And what this did is it gave quote-unquote authority to tribal leaders in traditional homelands. So this act was aimed directly at the native black population. The idea was to give kind of governing authority to tribal leaders in traditional black homelands. The idea here being that this was a first step in creating Bantustans, Bantus meaning homelands, for blacks, with the thought of eventually pushing the black population back to their homelands. In other words, confining them to their homelands. So this was the first step in doing that. Also, in 1953, you have the Reservation of Separate Amenities Act. And the reason I mention this one is because this is the act that really inaugurates what's called petty apartheid, P-E-T-T-Y, petty apartheid. Petty apartheid, as opposed to grand apartheid, petty apartheid is like separating people in public facilities. So you would have white-only bathrooms or white-only sections on a bus, or designated areas for different races in public accommodations and public amenities. That's what this was. So all the kind of visual signs of segregation and apartheid fell under this Separate Amenities Act. Also, as a result of all of these acts, they passed something called the Suppression of Communism Act. And what this did is it was a blanket law that made creating, and this is, I'm quoting now from the law, it made, quote, creating a feeling of hostility between European and non-European races illegal. Well, what does it mean to create a feeling of hostility between European and non-European races? In other words, what the government was doing was saying anybody who opposes any of these laws can be considered creating a hostile atmosphere, hostile feeling, and therefore could be arrested under this law. And as a result, you could be banned. And banned meant that you were prevented from attending public meetings and basically subject to house arrest. So you'd be confined to your house. You could only have one visitor at a time. You couldn't leave the house. You'd be followed. It was like house arrest. And police powers were expanded so that anyone campaigning to repeal or question the laws would be presumed to be guilty and thus subject to the Suppression of Communism Act and ban. Because again, the reason it's called the Suppression of Communism Act is because the government doesn't want to say, oh, anybody who's opposed to these apartheid laws, we're going to prosecute. Instead, what you say is, oh, if you're against these laws, you must be communist, right? Because communists want everyone to be equal. And so then this justifies arresting people, banning them, imprisoning them, whatever. And because, again, we're in the Cold War era by this time, it becomes okay to use communism as the cover to do what you really want to do. And then the last part of this that I've listed here anyway is the forced resettlements. Now, forced resettlements are a part of the Group Areas Act. So if you're going to assign people to different areas, then you have to move them. And many people didn't want to move, but the government forced them to in the 1950s. They'd physically move you. If you didn't want to, you would be moved by the government, forced to move to your home areas. So all of these things then taken together are part of Grand Apartheid. And again, there are more. There were education laws as well. And just to mention this is that education was also considered to be very structured. So in other words, the argument was we don't need blacks to learn or to have the same kind of education as whites. Why? Because they're not going to do the same kind of jobs as whites. The only thing the black people need to know is, how to wash dishes, how to weed, how to do manual labor. So black education should only be training them how to do this kind of basic manual stuff, whereas whites are going to be, more knowledgeable, skilled. They should have math, science, other types of training. So even the education system then was geared mostly for kind of menial labor for blacks, whereas whites would be taught more advanced and more skilled types of jobs. And so this was the early implementation of Grand Apartheid. It set the template. It illustrates exactly what the government hoped to achieve, which was complete and total separation of the races, as well as complete dependency on the part of blacks and other people of color on the white minority. I just threw this slide in to give you an example of petty apartheid. Here you see this sign, white area, so the white beaches. You would see these types of signs all over South Africa, in all kinds of public places. And this is why many people argue that South African apartheid mirrored Jim Crow and segregation in the United States in this period. They functioned in very similar ways, and the outward signs of them look very familiar. This sign you could see not only in South Africa in the 1950s, but in the American South as well. One of the other features of this early apartheid system was the creation of Bantustans. If you recall just a few moments ago, I talked about the Bantu Act in 1951, and its ultimate goal was to create homelands or Bantustans. And what we have here is a map of the proposed areas that the South African government would create to establish Bantustans. So each of the 10, you can see up here, these are the supposedly 10 tribes. They would all be given an area in South Africa, and ultimately the plan was that they would be able to rule or have self-government in these regions. And so the argument, if you're the South African government, was, hey, we want to create empowerment for blacks, right? We're helping you. This is a positive. We're giving you your own land, and then you're going to be able to govern that territory and, have your own resources, etc. And so this is a positive. This is self-determination. Isn't this what everybody is clamoring for? So the South African government made it seem like, or the rhetoric was that this was, a way to give blacks in South Africa more political and economic power and freedom. Okay? If you think of it only on the surface, maybe that sounds reasonable. But if you look at it in reality, this is not a united country. So they're not proposing to carve out one republic for them. This is scattered territory. Not only is it scattered, but it's broken up among many tribes. Like if you look here, you have a piece of land here. Well, how big is that? How are you going to form an independent republic out of that? Right? Or here, you have 3 separate areas. What does that mean? How are you going to move from here to here? It's absolutely ridiculous. You're not giving them enough resource. There's not enough resources on the land. The territories are all split up. It's on the surface, it's a way for the South African government to try and argue that they're helping the black population. They're working to further their rights and power, when in fact it's just the opposite. They're working to take away their power. This amounts to about 13% of the overall land, which means the white population, which is the minority population, would have 87% of the region, whereas the majority black population would be squeezed, would be stuffed into these areas that that were not adjoined and that had very few resources and no way to generate an independent economy. It was insanity. What it simply was a way to put blacks on what amounted to reservations and then be able to better exploit them and take away their powers even more. But this was the proposal of the South African government in the 1950s. And so they started to make preparations to enact this. And again, the idea here is to ensure white rule um, over a minority population. Where have we heard about this before? Oh yeah, Palestine, right? Hey, let's ghettoize you here and give you no resources and then exploit you. It's very similar in that regard. Meanwhile, while the South African government was in the process of establishing its grand apartheid laws, the black population was mobilizing to try and resist this. Now, to be fair, the black population had been offering resistance to white rule for quite some time. It didn't just emerge in the 1940s. But prior to the 1940s, much of the opposition to white rule was passive in nature. It was negotiations. It was trying to work with the white governors to try and get them to undo laws or change the laws or soften the laws, things like this. So there was opposition, but it was of a completely different nature. By the time we get to the late 1940s and early 1950s, the black resistance movement really took on another form. And it emerged most decidedly with the ANC. The ANC stands for the African National Congress. And while the ANC's origin dates back to the early 1900s, its really effective date of resistance doesn't start until the late 1940s, when these two men that you see pictured here really take control of the ANC. Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo. Mandela, of course, will become world famous, Tambo less so, but in the early 1950s, both men were critical to changing the nature and direction of the ANC. These two men had been part of something called the ANC Youth League, so younger members. And they were able to take control of the larger ANC organization. And they did so with a new philosophy and a new approach. And they believed that white authority could only be overthrown in South Africa with mass campaigns. And so in 1949, these men will try to implement their tactics, their vision. I should mention that there was a passive resistance campaign carried out between 1946 and 1949 that was largely a failure. It was modeled after Gandhi and his attempts at passive resistance. But as you can see from the laws that were passed in the early 1950s, it had virtually no effect. So the ANC then was given over to men like Mandela and Tambo, and they immediately began to initiate strikes, boycotts, and civil disobedience, which becomes the foundation of their program for resistance. The first real sign we see of the ANC and its new direction comes in May of 1950 rather, with what we call stayaways, or what they called stayaways. Stayaways are like boycotts, don't go to work. That is, deprive the white power structure of black labor. And it certainly didn't change any of the policies, but it was a sign that something different was happening, that there was a new wave of black resistance, and there were new tactics that were going to be displayed, and that this stay away was just the opening salvo in a whole new ANC approach. The first real campaign by black leaders and black organizations, the ANC, was what became known as the Defiance Campaign. And Defiance Campaign really began in the early 1950s. after Grand Apartheid was really put in place. And it was a non-cooperation with discriminatory laws campaign. That was the idea, is don't cooperate, defy discriminatory laws, apartheid laws. And this was best exemplified in April of 1952 when the ANC organized demonstrations on the 300th anniversary of white settlement. April 6th, 1952, right, is a throwback to the Dutch, 1652. And so there was plans to be, the old Boers were going to have big celebrations, etc. And so they demonstrated on this day. Almost 10,000 people showed up for these protests, these demonstrations, including, you can see back here, here's Nelson Mandela. And the police proceeded to arrest approximately 8,500 people for this demonstration. You can see the police standing back here. This is what we see, the first real mass arrest under the new apartheid regime. And this didn't stop. This, again, was one campaign. Mandela and his group were brought out on bail, and they continued the effort, defying laws. Another tactic they used was to go out past curfew. There were curfew laws put in place for blacks. They couldn't be outside after 11 o'clock at night. So Mandela and his group organized people to march past the curfew. They also organized blacks to walk in white-only areas, to go into white beaches, for example, to use white facilities. And they knew from the beginning that they were going to be arrested. They anticipated this. And their real hope, I guess, was that they could fill the jails. That is, that so many blacks would be arrested, it would overflow the prisons, the jails, that it would cause the court system to become bound, to become overwhelmed, and put pressure on the government, because the government's got to spend money for the police, money for the prisons, money, right? And hopefully this would create pressure on the government to change its apartheid laws. I think in the early 1950s, of course, these defiance campaigns are not going to change the laws, but what it does is it starts to draw more attention to ANC. More blacks become politically active. They start paying attention to the ANC. And so you can see the recruitment start to increase. The government decides, after all of these events, to imprison the ANC leaders for 9 months, which they do, and then they're banned. So under the Communist Act, they're banned, which means they're basically held under house arrest. They can't leave, go anywhere, see anyone, blah, blah, blah. This action, this defiance campaign, was also aided by the Colored People's Congress. So that was an organization of mixed race or colored people in South Africa, and the South African Indian Congress, which was an organization of Indians. So they all joined together in this defiance campaign because they all clearly realized that these apartheid laws were aimed not only at blacks, but all other racial groups outside of whites in the country. And the other thing that this did, the defiance campaign helped to encourage India, that is the country of India, that was itself newly independent from the British, to get the United Nations to begin investigating apartheid. So the first international investigations of apartheid laws now start because of India. Of course, Gandhi and his group had been successful, and so it's not surprising that they are going to pay attention to the events in South Africa and try to mobilize international pressure against South African government. So these are the first real resistance campaigns carried out in the early to mid-1950s in South Africa. Women also were heavily involved in these resistance campaigns as well. One group that formed in particular was the Federation of South African Women, founded in 1956 by two women, Lillian Ngoyi and Helen Joseph, two black women who helped to organize black women in protesting. And the pinnacle of this effort occurred in 1956 when black women marched on Union buildings in Pretoria, so in the old Transvaal. They marched there to protest the pass laws. And one of the things that had happened is that the apartheid government had instituted a measure whereby black women would also have to carry passes at all times. So, in other words, the government extended pass law requirements and what you needed to carry. For a long time, black women were excluded from this because, of course, their labor was seen as non-essential. But this was now expanded to black women, and so that became one of the early issues that they focused on, is protesting these pass laws. And it was much harder, I think, for the government to attack women. And again, it was because of paternalism. It was seen as, it was seen as something you couldn't do. So how are you going to deal with these women protesters? The government, I think, tried to at first ignore them, and eventually what they did after this march on the Union buildings in Pretoria is the government a few months later responded with arrests. And what they did is they went after the leaders. They charged leaders with treason. Basically said that they were communists. This is when the government launched a massive campaign to try and destroy the protest movement, whether it was men or women, by showing the world that these people were communists. The hope, I think, was to show the world that these were not legitimate protesters, that these were communists and communist agents. And so the government went to great lengths to show that writings and speeches that these people gave had communist ideas in them. It was, again, tortured. It was a leap. And I'm not saying that there weren't people in the organization who didn't subscribe to elements of communist thought, but to say that this was a communist movement or inspired by communists is absolutely silly. It was inspired by apartheid and anti-colonialization, but it was meant simply to cripple, distract, and harass the resistance movement, and in that it succeeded. Later the government simply dropped the charges because they had accomplished their larger goal. So in the late 50s, things seemingly quiet down a little bit, but not for long. Things heat up again at the end of the 1950s. In 1959, some ANC members were becoming dissatisfied with the ANC because they believed that too many of the leaders were influenced by white communists, or at least that's what they said. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they're saying this when the government is carrying on a campaign to try and show that they're all communists. In essence, what I'm saying is it becomes a convenient excuse to break away from the ANC. I think the real reason they're breaking away from the ANC is because they disagreed with their tactics. They thought the ANC wasn't militant enough, wasn't doing enough to push the South African government. So this group breaks away and creates the organization that you see here, the Pan-African Congress, the PAC. Now, they broke away after they had attended the ANC kind of big organizational meeting in which the ANC planned to focus its energy that year on pass laws. They planned to demonstrate against all forms of the pass laws, again because they had been expanded, because they had been enlarged, and so the idea was to spend that year attacking these pass laws. Well, the people who formed the PAC, Pan African Congress, they knew the ANC was going to do this. They also knew that the ANC planned on orchestrating demonstrations against the pass laws on March 31st, 1960. That was the kickoff date for the campaign. The PAC knew this, and so they decided to schedule their own protest against pass laws that was scheduled to start on March 21st, 1960. So they were trying to get ahead of the ANC. Now, again, just to reiterate here, blacks had to carry pass books proving that they were authorized to move, live, or travel in an area. This isn't new. These pass laws had been in place for a long time and always been a source of humiliation and anger for the black community. But in recent years, these pass laws had been extended, and any white person could ask to see the pass. Anyone, children, anybody. And it was, again, a source of humiliation. So this was part of the problem. And it was also true that no black could hold a job higher than the lowest white in any industry or any company. So the pass laws were seen as a first step, and abolishing them would open up a way for black labor to have better access to finding higher paying jobs and ultimately more freedom. But the Pan African Congress then decided to start this campaign earlier than the ANC. So on March 21st, 1960, around 20,000 people marched to the police station in Sharpeville, just a town in South Africa. Again, these protests were supposed to take place around the country, but Sharpeville was one of the locations. And the idea was to march to the police station and offer to be arrested because black people would say we don't have our passes, therefore we're violating the law, arrest us. This is all part of the larger plan of filling the jails, right? So when the 20,000 people marched, they approached the Sharpeville police station, and the police knew this was coming, by the way. This is not something that surprised them because it wasn't like these organizations made a secret of their plans. So they knew they were coming. The police had been prepared. When they got there, the police weren't arresting them. There was just a kind of standoff. And then Sabre jets, jet fighters planes basically, started flying over the crowd, and they flew very low. The idea here was to try and scare the protesters, to try and scatter them, right? These low planes coming at them at high speeds. Maybe they would run. Instead, what happened is that protesters began throwing stones at the planes as they passed overhead, trying to hit them. Well, of course, when they start throwing stones, some of these stones end up hitting the police. And so the police will argue, oh, they're throwing stones at us. Well, they weren't. They were throwing them at the planes. But clearly the government was trying to get the protesters to leave. The police then fired tear gas at the protesters. And then they came and attacked the protesters using batons. You can see a picture here on the left to try and get the crowd because they really didn't want to arrest them. They thought that was playing into the hands of the protesters. So they wanted to just get them to leave. So they did that. Well, at some point, someone in the police starts shooting, and they start shooting into the crowd, and this causes all the officers to start firing. And before it's over, 69 people would be killed. Most of them shot in the back. They were actually trying to run away, shot in the back. Over 180 would be injured. And again, these are unarmed people who are being shot as they're running away. The police would try and claim, again, that their life was threatened, that people were throwing stones at them, blah, blah, blah. That's all nonsense. It was clear to anybody who wanted to do a little bit of investigation that the police, for whatever reason, had decided to fire into the crowd unnecessarily. And it caused what becomes known as the Sharpeville Massacre. And the consequences of this are great. It cannot be overstated, I think. It becomes an international news story, circulating around the world. In response, the government, South African government, arrests 18,000 people. 18,000 people arrested in the wake of this. A crackdown follows, and the world and the United Nations condemns the massacre. There is a chorus of voices around the world condemning what the South African government had done, shooting people, defenseless, unarmed people in the back. Simply didn't play well in the world, surprise. And it gave the South African government a reputation for being brutal and using unnecessary force for the first time. And it's one of the significant turning points in the history of apartheid because it focuses world attention on South Africa for the first time in a negative way. And it really causes widespread criticism throughout the world in a way that the South African government can't respond to effectively. But the South African government decides to double down. Essentially, the South African government in the wake of Sharpeville decides to give the middle finger, to the rest of the world, saying, we really don't care what you think of us. We're not going to slow down. We're not going to stop. We're not going to change any of our policies. And the government responds in a very severe way. The first thing they do is they ban the ANC and the Pan-African Congress. So those entire organizations are now illegal in an effort to try and stamp them out. And the South African government now separates from the British Commonwealth. Instead, it declares itself a republic, the Republic of South Africa, as opposed to the South African Republic, which is what it had been in the 1800s. So don't confuse those, although it's easy to confuse those. But what it meant, in essence, was now the South African government was saying, screw you, we're going to do what we want. We're not going to be under the auspices or even the slight influence of the British. We are going to create a white republic, and we're not going to be shy about it, as you can see from this poster. It was a blatant kind of campaign by the South African government to ignore the rest of the world and world opinion and accelerate, not slow down, but accelerate their apartheid policies in South Africa. In response to the Sharpeville massacre, I mean, there's so many things that come out of this. And one of them is now the ANC has to go underground, obviously because it's been outlawed. But the other thing is it changes the tactics of the ANC. Before this, the ANC had been about civil disobedience, defiance, that type of thing. So peaceful protest, we can say. After Sharpeville, the voices inside the ANC that were arguing for more militant action were now able to kind of take over. They could say, see, we tried your peaceful, nonviolent tactics, and what did it get us? It got us all killed and arrested and banned. So what did it do? Nothing. We told you the only way to deal with this is you have to take a more militant, more violent uh, action. And so, in the aftermath of Sharpeville, the ANC begins to turn to guerrilla like activities. And by guerrilla activities, what I mean is they begin bombing police stations, they bomb power stations, as you can see here from this picture, trying to sabotage the electricity or electrical lines. Um, and they begin to attack, that is, put pressure, intimidate um, African chiefs or collaborators. Remember, I said that the South African government was giving quote unquote power to local chiefs and homelands. Well, and as a way to try and stop that process, the ANC goes after what it perceives to be collaborators with the South African government. So, in other words, by the early 1960s, the South African ANC is following the FLN. You remember the FLN in Algeria. Their whole program of sabotage, attacks, attacking collaborators. The only difference I'd say here is that the head of these early operations in 1961, 1962, is Nelson Mandela. Now that they've been driven underground and he's already been banned, it doesn't matter. He can do what he wants, and so he defies capture. He defies the ban and begins leading this early guerrilla action. And what he does, as opposed to the FLN, is he wants to design operations that don't kill people. So he doesn't want to kill anyone, but what he wants to do is destroy the government's infrastructure, which is why they attack things like the electrical grid. It's not killing anyone, but it's it's disturbing, it's hurting the government. It's putting pressure on them to change. So attacking buildings that are unoccupied, government buildings, uh, things like this are what he wants to do. Now, I'm not saying that nobody died in these attacks. They did, but they were not aimed. They tried, if you will, to avoid killing people. They did, at least at this early stage. And so Mandela was the orchestrator then of these guerrilla campaigns in the early 1960s. In 1962, however, Mandela was caught by the South African government. He was caught at a roadblock in 1962. Up until this time, one of the things Mandela had been doing is he had been traveling around outside of South Africa, trying to set up training for his guerrilla units, right? Training in guerrilla tactics and such. So that took him out of the country. So he was traveling back and forth. The South African government knew that, but they couldn't get him until 1962. They got a tip. Well, in fact, what the police did, following the French example in Algeria, is they began to infiltrate the ANC. And that's how they figured out where Mandela was and picked him up at this roadblock. They also picked up other leaders of the ANC. And so by 1964, Mandela, after his trial, is sentenced to life in prison. And he, along with other leaders, and by the mid-1960s, so by 65, 66 in that region, the South African police had effectively infiltrated all elements of the ANC, and thus they had arrested most of their leaders, who were now, like Mandela, in prison or dead in some cases. And those lucky enough not to be in prison or dead found themselves fleeing. and forced into exile. Among those was Oliver Tambo. Tambo successfully escaped South Africa and would have to stay outside of South Africa. And from the outside, then, Tambo would be the leader of the ANC during this period. Mandela was in jail, obviously, but he had to lead this from outside of the country, which meant that the ANC was largely ineffective. And the government's program of infiltrating these resistance organizations proved to be so successful that by the late 1960s, the resistance movement basically ceased to exist. All the campaigns had stopped, the sabotage was largely gone. They had crippled the black resistance movement by the late 1960s. And in fact, the late 1960s and even into the early 1970s, South Africa prospered. I mean, there's no other way to say it, but despite the condemnation of apartheid, despite the world's criticism and pressure in the early 1960s, it seemed like the South African government had won. They had defied the world. They had cracked down on the protests. They had accelerated their apartheid laws, and they benefited from it. The economy was surging in the 1960s. No other country in the world experienced the type of growth, economic growth, that South Africa did between 1960 and 1970, save Japan. Japan had the biggest economic growth, and South Africa was number two. It was bustling, and it was a seeming beacon to the rest of the world of what policies could be effective. And because of this, by the late 60s, South Africa was viewed as not only economically prosperous, but also politically stable, ironically enough. The crushing of the ANC and resistance organizations in South Africa meant that many Europeans began to immigrate to South Africa. So the number of whites in the population actually grew. Still a minority, of course, but their numbers were increasing and their economy was swelling. It seemed like the South African government had won. And by the way, the capital investment in South Africa during that period between 1960 and 1970 was returning almost 20% annually. So that means if you had invested in South Africa, you were getting 20% annual return in your investment. That's how economically prosperous they were. And the white population increased by about 50% in that same span. So for the white South African government, their lesson, or I suppose their conclusion, was what we're doing works. Don't listen to the rest of the world. They don't know what they're talking about. We've implemented apartheid and we have been successful. The South African government and apartheid was definitely at the pinnacle of its power. With this newfound confidence, the South African government began to implement the last phase of its original Bantustan plan. In 1970, the government passed the Bantustan, or Homelands Act, and this again was part of what had been put in place in 1950s, and that is that the idea was that now that homelands had been established, those 10 homelands, now those homelands would be given quote-unquote independence. So all black South Africans would be considered citizens of the homeland, of their original homeland. And that meant that they would lose their South African citizenship, right? If you're supposed to be a citizen of this homeland, you're not South African citizen anymore. Well, that's the whole point of this policy, was to take away citizenship from black South Africans. If they don't have citizenship, then they'll never vote, right? So now they're not a political challenge to you anymore. And now you've got them isolated on these quote unquote homelands, right? So they're confined, they're separated, they're easier to exploit, and yet they're close enough where you can still use them as laborers. You know damn well that the places they're confined to aren't good enough to generate their own effective economy. They don't have the money, they don't have the resources, and they have tons of people pushed onto these small areas of land. All of them are going to have to go searching for jobs in the white part of South Africa. That means you can issue them quote unquote guest worker passes or visas, right? So now they're aliens. They're aliens in South Africa that don't have any rights, but you can still exploit their numbers, their labor. That was the whole point of creating these homelands. So the 1970 Act then was kind of the last step in this process of completely taking away all citizenship, political, and economic rights from blacks in South Africa. And again, this shows the confidence that the South African government had to maintain its policies. However, things were not as calm as the South African government may have thought. They had a brief period where they enjoyed a respite from resistance to apartheid, but it didn't last long. And in fact, it kind of exploded in 1973. In fact, in January 9th, 1973, brick and tile factory workers in Durban struck. They announced a strike. It's probably about 2,000 black workers who went out on strike. This was followed by workers going on strike at packaging plants, in transportation facilities. Ship repair workers went out on strike next. And one after another, black workers in different industries, different companies, went out on strike in early 1973. Over 165,000 workers were on strike in the city of Durban in that spring of 73. That was approximately half of the black labor force in the city. And they were striking because, of course, their conditions and wages were appalling. Minimum wage laws were lower for blacks than they were for other racial groups. In 1973, minimum wage for blacks was 8.97 rand. Rand is the currency in South Africa. 8.97 an hour. And these strikers were demanding an increase to 30 rand an hour. And what was funny and bizarre about this is that these strikes came out of nowhere, or seemingly came out of nowhere. The government was not prepared for them, and they didn't know how to handle this. They remember the government had infiltrated all the other organizations, so they didn't think that there were any resistance organizations involved in this strike, and I don't think that there actually were. But the response was strange because these black workers began winning concessions from the white companies. And even the South African newspapers and media outlets, the ones that were controlled by whites, began writing stories and distributing features that were sympathetic to the black workers in their strike, calling the wages embarrassingly low, the conditions of workers pathetic, And it was strange, given this uh, hard apartheid system, that black workers could seemingly spontaneously launch strikes and then win them, or at least come close to winning them in many cases. It was an odd situation. It also prevented the white controlled government from cracking down too hard on the strikers because they were winning and they were getting sympathy in the white community as well. So one of the things that we see then is we see a change in the resistance to apartheid, is that it now is transforming into resistance in other areas, whereas before it was the ANC that was spearheading it, organizations that were organized specifically to challenge apartheid. Now we see labor unions taking up the cause. Yes, demanding higher wages and better working conditions is one part of it, but it's also chipping away at some of the apartheid laws. And so the consequence of these Durban strikes in the early 70s was we see a resurgence of labor unions in South Africa. And it's important because these labor unions would become the backbone of a new opposition movement to apartheid. These labor unions then would become the new core organizations that would challenge the wider apartheid system. It starts narrowly with these Durban strikes and wages and conditions, but it would expand beyond that. The question, though, was who or what was behind this sudden upsurge in labor activity and labor strikes? Well, it soon became apparent that it was coming from a new generation of black leaders, and they had new ideas. And many credited this man with initiating some of the strikes in the early 1970s. This man, of course, is Steve Biko. Biko had a long history of involvement in challenging apartheid. In fact, when he was young, his brother had been arrested for challenging apartheid, and so he kind of grew up with political consciousness opposing apartheid policies. And when he got to college age, Biko created what's called the South African Student Organization. And in this organization, he, along with some other black members, began advocating what he called black consciousness. And this became a new organizing idea for blacks struggling against apartheid by the early 1970s. And this philosophy of black consciousness kind of mirrors what we would call the Black Power movement in the United States. And that is that black consciousness sought to create or instill a sense of pride in blackness among South Africans, and to show them that they could be self-reliant, that they could empower themselves, not empower themselves in the way the South African government was sillily arguing, that is, homelands, but empower themselves to take control of their communities, their lives, and their people, and create their own institutions and create their own organizations and raise their own money and deal with problems in the South African black community themselves. And so black consciousness was both kind of a cultural renaissance, if you will, right? Focusing on being proud to be black and what that meant, as well as a way to try and seize control for blacks themselves and challenge apartheid laws by creating your own organizations and your own kind of groups that could defy apartheid. That is, that could challenge it directly by not participating in the system in some senses. So Biko then and his fellow members of the student organization began to develop black consciousness, and they began advocating against apartheid. And this got Biko expelled from Natal University. He was expelled for quote unquote political actions. And it's widely thought that he was involved in organizing black workers and getting black workers then to take the next step of launching strikes. I don't know how directly Biko was involved in this, but I certainly think he was influential in creating that Durban strike wave and instilling in these black workers the sense that you can achieve these things, you can go on strike, you have the power, blah blah blah. That you don't, in other words, that you don't need an organizational apparatus like the ANC to come in here and lead this for you, that you can do it yourself, right? That you workers can organize and launch it yourself. And that is kind of the essence of the Black Consciousness movement. Self-reliance, grassroots organizing efforts, etc. And that's what Biko, after he's expelled, that's what he focuses his energy on. One of the things he does is he creates an organization to help raise funds for former political prisoners, people who had been held in prison by the South African government. And so the South African government decides in 1973 that Biko is responsible for the strikes. And as a result, they ban him. So just like they had banned Mandela, they banned Biko. I think there's no question that Biko had a huge impact on young people. This was a new generation, a young generation of black South Africans who were starting to come of age, who wanted to use different tactics, had maybe different philosophy, and were more prepared to take the government head on in a more militant and grassroots way than perhaps the previous generation had been. And there's no question that his involvement with young blacks, raising their political consciousness, raising their black consciousness, and instilling in them a desire to challenge and fight, made him a target for the South African government, South African police forces. And so, a few years after his banning in 1977, the police once again arrested Biko. Biko, like so many of those who were banned, like Mandela, defied their ban. They found ways to get out of the house, to operate, to continue to organize and speak, etc. And Biko was no different. So the South African police in 1977 finally arrest him, and they basically torture him and beat him to the point where he's receives brain damage while in custody. They literally beat his head senseless. He's unconscious. Yeah, he has a brain hemorrhage. They leave him chained, tied up for a day, and then they decide to transport him to a hospital which is miles and miles away, another city. Upon when he arrives, he's quickly deemed dead, and then the police lied and said that he died because he had been on a hunger strike. Independent investigators able to access his body and discover that this is a lie, that he had been beaten and died likely of a brain hemorrhage. And his story becomes also an international incident, creating more bad publicity and more pressure on the South African government. Biko, of course, becomes a rallying point then in the 1970s, in the 80s for black activists who continue to challenge the apartheid system. And you know, why did the government go after Biko? I think there's no question that it wasn't just for the Durban strikes, but it was a retaliation for another incident that had occurred just a year before. And that incident was the Soweto uprising of 1976. Now, the Soweto uprising really can date back to the 1950s. You'll remember I talked about forced migrations, forced resettlement. Well, one of the primary places this had occurred was in Johannesburg. Johannesburg had moved the black population to this area, Soweto, which stands for Southwest Township. It was totally created as a black township in the 1950s. In fact, if you look at the forced resettlement in the 1950s, over 600,000 blacks were forcibly relocated and only 40,000 whites were relocated. So it fell primarily on the black population, and they were confined then to this kind of ghetto area of Soweto, Southwest Township. But by the mid 1970s, the government had imposed yet another change, and that was to instill the Afrikaan language in schools. So Afrikaan, not African, but Afrikaan, was kind of an offshoot of the Dutch language. It's what the Boers had spoken and liked to speak. And so they instituted this in schools, meaning that when you studied math and social studies, subjects like that, you had to learn it in Afrikaan. And English was only allowed to be used for other subjects like general science or, you know, shopkeeping or home economics, something like that. The so-called lesser subjects would be taught in English, and these other ones, the primary ones, would be taught in Afrikaan. So that law takes effect in 1975, and by 1976, what's happening is that black students are unable to do well in these other subjects in Afrikaan because they can't understand it. They can't read it. They can't write it well, and so their scores plummet. They get terrible grades, etc. And so many of the students, becoming frustrated with this use of Afrikaan, begin organizing protests against the language. And this really starts in the spring of 1976. That is, the protests really start in the spring of 1976. And it starts independently with students, different schools kind of marching or leaving or boycotting, right, for a short amount of time. Then in June of 1976, students begin planning a general walkout that is organized across the different schools in Soweto. And the idea here is to kind of have all the students walk out and boycott the schools at the same time. And so that's what they do. And in order to keep this away from the police, the student leaders, they don't tell anybody when the walkout will occur. They just say, you know, we'll decide, and when we do, we'll give the word, and then everybody needs to walk out. So on June 16th, they decided that was the day for the walkout, and they gave the notice, and all the students came out. So in other words, that there was no way for the police or anybody to know when it was going to happen, because they feared they had informants that would prevent this walkout. So they began marching out of Soweto, and the police quickly created a roadblock. They blocked the roads, and so the students took another route, and the government kept trying to keep the students pinned up. and they end up marching back to one of the high schools. And it's at that point that the police basically release dogs, attack dogs on the students. And one of the students, when the dogs are released, then kills one of the police dogs. And the police respond by shooting into the students. So you get another kind of massacre that occurs in Soweto. And 23 people are killed on the first day. It creates, the after effects of this is it creates riots in Soweto and around the country. This becomes known as the Soweto Uprising, and it lasts for weeks of demonstrations, boycotts, and clashes with police follow. In the end, 500 people are killed, thousands are arrested, and many others are forced to flee. So it starts with a student protest against Afrikaans, and it ends up by being a full-blown riot and ongoing demonstration that lasts quite a long time, and it unnerves the South African government. It also, again, brings negative attention to the South African government. And so this explains why Biko became a target, because the South African government was convinced that Biko was the one who had encouraged the students to rise, and that it was in fact he who was leading the protests, the uprising. I'm not sure it was that clear cut. I do think Biko has definitely had an impact on the young people, young blacks at the time. I think that they carried his ideas and his message, certainly, but whether or not he was directly involved in calling for the uprising is still debated, still controversial. But he certainly played at least an indirect role, but it explains why the government then went after him in retaliation in 1977 and ultimately killed him. But despite the uprising and despite the murder of Biko, it was just one in what was becoming a landslide, really, of bad events for the South African government by the mid to late 1970s. You can see here that there were a series of other things that were occurring to change the dynamics of apartheid by the 1970s. In 1973, the UN declared apartheid a crime against humanity. And this was very important because it was signaling that the world now was not only saying that the South African government was bad, but they were engaged in crimes against humanity. So they were escalating this, which meant that clearly now the world opinion was united against the South African government. So that was bad. And they followed this up in 1977 with an embargo on arms sales to South Africa. So now it wasn't just words, it was now actions that were being taken by the world community against South Africa, which was going to theoretically have an impact on its ability to control the uprisings, demonstrations, and opposition. So these, along with the Soweto uprising, were all bad news for the government in the 1970s. And added to that problem was the fact that countries surrounding South Africa were winning their independence. Among those were Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Angola. And this presented an even bigger problem in some ways for the South African government then by the late 1970s. So in order to understand exactly why these other events were so impactful in South Africa, we have to take a step back here for a moment and look at what was happening in a few other regions in Africa. Um, so if you look at this map, one of the places that was gaining their independence in the 1970s was here, Angola. Now, in 1974, the Portuguese had been in control. This had been a Portuguese colony. The Portuguese grant Angola independence. This is real trouble for South Africa because up until 1974, they had been supporting the Portuguese dictatorship that had been fighting against independence movements in Angola. So the South African government, white government, was aligned with the Portuguese in trying to put down this independence movement. Now, in Angola, there were basically three different independence organizations in the 1970s. One was the Popular Movement for Liberation of Angola, or the MPLA. Another was the National Liberation Front of Angola, or the FNLA. And yet another was the National Union for Total Independence of Angola, or UNITA, UNITA. Now, of course, it wasn't just that there were three independence movements. There was also a layer of complication here in that the Cold War had an impact here as well. The Soviets basically had backed the MPLA, and the MPLA had been given control of Angola. So when Angola becomes quote unquote independent from the Portuguese, the MPLA become the new government. And since they had been backed by the Soviets, this got the United States' attention. They certainly didn't want the MPLA, the communists, to be in control of this country, because again, this is the Cold War game. So the U.S. then backed the other independence organization, which was the FNLA. And increasingly, the United States also began backing the UNITA, so the two other groups, because they were not in power. So the U.S. thought, we can back these. If one of them gets into power, all the better for us, right? To add even more complications to this, the FNLA originally had been backed by the Chinese. They were a Maoist group because they wanted to oppose the Soviet group, because the Chinese and the Soviets were not friends, right? So you have the competition between the communists. You also have the competition between the communists and the United States. All as a layer to the independence movement to try to overthrow the Portuguese. You following all this? I know it's complicated, but that's what happens in these independence movements with the layer of Cold War. And then you wonder why these countries struggle to actually achieve any kind of stability. Well, to bring us back to this period, the U.S. and the South African government wanted the MPLA, that is the Soviet-backed government in Angola, out. So they both began aiding UNITA and FLNA, which eventually merged. And so they became fighters against the MNLA. So in other words, you have U.S.-backed Angola organizations now fighting to overthrow the Soviet-backed Angola government. Okay, that's what's happening in 1974-75. This is what we sometimes call the Angolan Civil War. And because the South African government was involved, along with the U.S., in supporting UNITA, the South African government then launched an invasion of Angola in 1975. So they invaded here into Angola in 1975 to try and defeat the Soviet-backed MPLA. Well, to add yet more complications to this, in response to this invasion, Cuba, that's right, Cuba sent troops secretly to help the MPLA and to stop the South African offensive. Actually, the United States was caught off guard. The CIA didn't even know that the Cubans had managed to send troops. The U.S. thought the South African backed offensive was going to lead to the destruction of the MPLA, but Cuba had sent troops and managed to launch a counter-offensive against the South Africans. And so ultimately, the Cubans are able to stop the offensive and, in the end, drive the South African led offensive out of Angola and keep Angola in the hands of the MPLA. Okay? So why was South Africa involved in this? Well, because South Africa worried that because the new Angolan government was Soviet-backed, that the new Angolan government would be hostile to them, to their government, and would be able to provide sanctuary for rebels trying to undermine South African government. Okay, and who were they particularly worried about? Well, at the time they were worried about an organization here called SWAPO, which stands for Southwest African People's Organization. And why? Because one of the things that had happened going all the way back to 1915 is that during World War I, the South African military had invaded this region here, Southwest Africa. This region had been held by the Germans. After World War I, it was held by the South Africans, aka the British. And in 1919, the League of Nations gave a mandate for the British, or the South African government, that is, to control this region, which they did. However, after World War II, the United Nations withdrew the mandate, basically saying that South Africa no longer had a right to control Southwest Africa. But the South African government refused to acknowledge this. Instead, they filed court challenges with the UN. And what that meant was that South Africa was able to continue to control this region. Now, it wasn't integrated into South Africa. It was kept as kind of a colony, if you will, of South Africa, which meant that when South African government implemented apartheid, it also implemented apartheid here in Southwest Africa. So there, by the 1970s, there was a white population in Southwest Africa of 0.2%, not 2%, 0.2%. And they had control of 74% of this land. So it's large white plantation owners, basically, that were in control of Southwest Africa and under the government of South Africa. Okay? So in the 1960s, 1966 to be exact, this Southwest African People's Organization forms to resist the South African government. In other words, to fight for independence of this country. Because by now the United Nations had ruled against South Africa. And so this begins a war between SWAPO and the South African government. SWAPO begins attacking into Southwest Africa in here in the 1960s. This begins what the South Africans like to call the quote-unquote border war. Okay. In 1972, the United Nations recognized SWAPO as the legitimate representative of the people of Southwest Africa. In other words, basically saying we recognize you as the rightful government, even though South Africa continues to control you. In 1974, so the same year that the Angolans are winning their independence, the Norwegians, yes, the Norwegians, begin aiding SWAPO, sending them arms and support for liberation. So when Angola gets its independence in 1974, the MPLA, the new government, offers to create bases down here in the southern part of Angola for SWAPO so that they can launch attacks in here and attack the South African government. They also offer bases to the ANC, right? So the ANC that had been crushed in the late 60s here is now offered sanctuaries here. So that's why the South African government was so keen to get rid of the Angolan government, because this was becoming a staging area for their opposition, for SWAPO and for the ANC. So this is how, again, this is how colonialism starts spreading, right? So we're not talking about South Africa anymore. We're all the way up here talking about Angola and how messed up Angola is. You got the Soviets, you got the Cubans, you had the Chinese, you've got the Angolans themselves, you've got the South Africans, and now you've got Southwest Africans also in Angola. Talk about a mess. You can't get any more complicated than this. Oh, and of course I forgot about the Norwegians. That's where you'd expect to find Norwegians, in Angola. So all of this then is how messy these things become. South Africa now facing enemies all around them. Internally, of course, black consciousness, the uprisings in Soweto, but they're also facing threats from the outside, the Angolan government, SWAPO, the ANC bases out here. And the problem for the South Africans is that over time, they will start to lose this war. Remember, the United Nations has imposed an embargo on arms to them. So where are they going to get arms shipments? It becomes harder and harder for them to do that, which means over time, they will become less effective in being able to fight the Soviet-backed, Cuban-backed resistance organizations here. Interestingly, in yet another parallel, by the time we get to the 1980s, the last country that is willing to openly support the South African government and send them aid is Israel. How interesting is that? Israel is the last country to support the apartheid South African government, which I think is also instructive of what's happening in Israel. In any case, the South African government is now facing a crisis by the late 1970s and early 1980s. The way that they respond is there's a new leader, P.W. Botha. Botha decides in 1979 to let blacks form unions. I told you that the union movement in the 70s was becoming strong, it was becoming a backbone of resistance. So one of the concessions that was made was to allow them to form unions that had been illegal prior to that. So Botha, the new leader, tries to respond to both the external and internal pressures by doing what I think are two simultaneous things, and that is he tries to relax apartheid, not end it, okay, but relax it, while at the same time stepping up his efforts to crush all the opposition. So publicly, he's going to put on a soft face saying, okay, we're willing to roll back apartheid, soften its edges, make modifications. But behind the scenes, he's also stepping up the prosecution of war and crushing the opposition. And one of the problems that he faces is that the white population is down to 16% from the 20% as it had been in the late 60s and early 70s after the migration wave. By the late 70s and early 80s, that trend has reversed. People are becoming scared of what the instability and what's happening in South Africa. So changing demographics are now occurring that mean that the white population is becoming even more of a minority. The other thing is Botha begins to grant urban property rights to blacks. So whereas they had been confined to these homelands, he's now willing to open up some level of property ownership as a concession. He also considered releasing Nelson Mandela in the early 80s, but he wanted Mandela to take a pledge that he would not work against the government. Basically, what he was trying to do was use Mandela as a pawn, say, okay, I've released him, and then have Mandela come out and support the government to try and stop the uprisings and the resistance. Mandela refused to do that, so he kept Mandela in prison. Botha also dramatically increases the police budget, arming more police in an attempt again to crack down. But the essence, the real kind of centerpiece of Botha's regime was this effort to try and create a new constitution. So he's trying to show himself to be a reformer. And so he wants to create a new constitution that would center around this piece here, this tricameral legislature. This becomes the essence of his plan. So basically what Botha is doing is he's going to try and save apartheid by proposing a new multiracial government. So whereas the government that existed in the early 80s, it was bicameral, there's two legislative branches, but they're both controlled by whites, white only. So his new plan in this tricameral legislature is that they basically create three racially segregated houses of parliament. So there would be a white parliament, there would be a colored parliament, that is of mixed race, and there would be an Asian parliament, Indians and other Asians. So there would be those three, and then each of those three would have powers, have governmental powers. And his idea here clearly is to try and bring in coloreds and Asians into kind of a power sharing arrangement so that those groups would then be brought into power and then help him or help the whites oppose or maintain control over the blacks in the region. That's essentially what his plan was. Well, when it was announced that this was his plan, instead of calming the situation, it only backfired and stirred more protests. People could see it for what it was, that it wasn't a true way to share power. It wasn't bringing people in. In fact, the white parliament would still hold most of the power. It would still hold veto power. And it obviously gave no power to blacks in the country. And so this tricameral legislature quickly became an aborted attempt to try and maintain apartheid while appearing not to maintain apartheid. That's really what was going on. And so when the tricameral legislature, when this new constitutional plan was announced, black trade unionists led strikes all across the country. And it started another wave of major protest against the government. So Botha's plan largely fails by the mid-1980s. In the wake of these failed reforms, the government is forced to call for a state of emergency. And the state of emergency was nothing more really than a crackdown on protests within the country. The period between 1985 and 1989 was an incredibly violent period in South Africa, witnessing perhaps some of its ugliest and most brutal attacks. Botha ordered whippings, so people that were caught protesting would be given a sentence of whipping, 10 lashes, literally 10 lashes. Many people were charged with treason, and if you were charged with treason, you would be murdered. The penalty was death. And at this point, the South African government even was um, getting nuclear weapons from where else? Israel. Even though today Israel denies it, they did it um, because they felt like this would be a deterrent, maybe forced to use nuclear weapons against outside threats such as Angola or Mozambique or Zimbabwe. All countries now were providing bases and sanctuaries for the ANC, PAC, and other groups opposed to apartheid. Uh, the fact is that South Africa was now surrounded. The world was against it. Countries on its borders were now actively working against them. Protests inside South Africa were now enlarging. And what the black resistance movements were doing now is they were centering their protests against local laws and local officials. The ANC and trade unions wanted to make townships, the black townships, what they called ungovernable, meaning what they didn't want to be able to have any functioning local governments in the townships. There would be, in fact, no government. And what that would do is it would allow the local black uh, people to form their own governments. What they called people's courts were set up. Um, that meant that they would take people who were collaborating, local officials who were collaborating with the South African government, basically tie their hands with barbed wire and put a burning tire around them, right, as a way to torture and then kill them. And this sends the message that you don't participate in local government because if you do, you're part of the apartheid system. And if you get everyone not to participate, then there's no local government. And that creates a vacuum and allows um, the ANC and other groups to set up their own government. So it becomes a direct challenge then to the authority of the central government. So this is what was happening in the 1980s. The focus was on the townships and making them places where the South African government had no officials, had no presence. And in response to this, the government began censoring the media. So they wouldn't let cameras go into the townships to see what they were doing to the black South Africans. Thousands of people were being detained without trial, over 30,000. Tortures were stepped up on part of uh, the South African government. And so things were becoming very, very, very serious, very tense, to say the least. And this was happening all over in black townships throughout South Africa. In 1987, the largest and the longest strike in South African history occurred. Again, I told you in the 1970s the emergence of this labor movement would bear fruit. Well, it was by the 1980s. They were now able to organize strikes. 200,000 mine workers went out on strike, and this lasted over 3 weeks. And so it was hurting the South African economy. It was crushing any kind of foreign investment. By the time we get to the late 1980s, you have an enormous crisis. Not only is South Africa now in world headlines, you have world leaders denouncing South Africa across the world, everyone. Even the United States has to back away from supporting the South African government. And international banks begin calling in their loans. So South Africa is forced to repay loans in their entirety. They don't have the money. The currency in South Africa collapses in the late 80s. Inflation begins soaring to record levels. And many South African business leaders, white business leaders, now believe that apartheid had to be reformed if the economy was to recover. There was a severe economic crisis. The country literally was on the verge of economic and political collapse. The only thing that was propping it up was the military. The military was still there, And where there was no government in local areas, the military could step in and was stepping in. And so this state of emergency existed um, all the way until 1990 in South Africa, and this kind of climate and environment. It was bloody and it was severe, and South Africa appeared to be on the verge of completely toppling. It's in this environment then that in 1989 Botha suffers a stroke, and it gives other white South African leaders a chance to use that as an excuse to get rid of him. They ask him to step down, to resign. He finally does, and his replacement is this man, F.W. de Klerk. And de Klerk, although coming from the Nationalist Party, immediately begins to dismantle apartheid. And he had to. It wasn't that he necessarily wanted to, there was no choice. His first act was to release Mandela from 27 years in prison. He then rescinded the banning order on organizations opposed to apartheid. And in 1991, he repealed the Native Lands Act and other legislation underpinning apartheid. And this led to negotiations among all parties and groups to begin reworking the South African constitution and political system. So de Klerk clearly starts ending apartheid. He had no choice. Again, what was he going to do? They had tried crackdown. The economy was in shambles. There was nothing left to be done. Finally, they agreed, they being de Klerk and Mandela and representatives from other opposition organizations, they agreed to a democratically elected legislature, and this would happen in 1994, and then they would serve for 5 years. And in that meantime, that 5 year period, a new constitution would be drawn up and finalized in 1999. Not surprisingly, Mandela was elected as the first president of South Africa, 1994. He would serve 5 years as the first president, and basically Mandela oversaw, I think, well, what was in his mind. He needed to establish reconciliation rather than rebuilding or focusing on rebuilding South Africa. He was focused on reconciliation. First black president. It was critical that he set the tone for what was going to follow. And I think Mandela then was more focused on trying to end the hurt and the suffering, the pain, the animosity, rather than trying to set a new course, economic course for South Africa. Mandela, his biggest, I think, policy that occurred in his presidency was creating the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. And essentially what it did, I mean, because the whole question was, were there going to be reprisals against whites now that the blacks were in power? And what was going to happen to all the people who had committed atrocities during the apartheid era? And what Mandela did is he established this Truth and Reconciliation Committee, which essentially sought to document state terrorism against Africans. So rather than punish people, what it did was it asked people to admit, to confess to what they had done. If you admit your crimes or admit your actions, let the government document that, then you would not be prosecuted. And so what it did was it allowed the government to show that this had actually happened. So we have this record for history, right, that this is what took place. But there would be no reprisals, there would be no tribunals to go after people, because if you did that, the fear was if you did that, people will deny it, they'll hide, and it'll just lead to more, animosity. We won't be able to move forward. But this way we'll get the truth out, because if you admit it, then you won't be prosecuted. If you don't admit it and we find out later, then we can prosecute you fully. So it encouraged people just to tell the truth, admit it, document it, and then you're done. You're not going to be prosecuted. So it was an interesting way to go about handling what had happened in the past. But many people, especially many black South Africans, were critical of this. They thought this wasn't justice. This was letting basically murderers off the hook. So it was controversial at the time, and probably still remains controversial. But that's what Mandela chose to do in order to try and reconcile the past and pave the way for something better in the future. And so that's what Mandela did. He only served one term. There was thought that he might serve 2 terms, but I think he didn't really want to do that at this point. He didn't want to be the man guiding South Africa as much as he wanted to be the peacemaker. Now that apartheid was dismantled, he left it to others, and the ANC remained the dominant kind of political party in South Africa in the 1990s, and even up to recent times, the ANC tends to dominate. So since then, since apartheid has been dismantled since the 1990s, what do we have in South Africa? Do we have a South Africa that looks like it did in the World Cup? Shiny, prosperous, economically powerful, advancing? Or do we have a South Africa that appears in this picture? Backward, poor, unsanitary. What is South Africa today? Well, the South African government has tried in recent years and decades to spread some of the wealth. They've tried something called the Black Economic Empowerment Act in 2003. They expanded on it with the Broad-Based Economic Empowerment Act of 2007, which basically tries to promote black ownership into companies, to make sure that blacks have investments in businesses that make money. It's often thought of as like an affirmative action program. It's not really that way, but it kind of has elements of that, where the government tries to ensure that any contracts that go out have blacks involved in it, to try and make sure that blacks have access to the resources and the wealth of the country. But certainly that has been largely limited in its success, shall we say. If you look at South Africa today, it still, I think, in many ways suffers from the effects of apartheid. If you just look at like economic numbers, its growth rate is at 4.5%. So you might say, oh, well, it's progressing well. But its unemployment rate is still hovering around 25%, and it's almost 30% for blacks. So that's crippling unemployment. If the United States had unemployment rates that high, we'd be talking about the worst depression in American history. Some 50% of South African people still live in crushing poverty. That number fluctuates. It's been down by some reports to 35%, but still, you're talking about 7 to 10 million people that live in nothing but shacks, the same kind of shacks you see here. And there are estimated 5.5 million people infected with HIV. So that disease and that crisis is still largely unchecked. And life expectancy still hovers only around 50 years old. And perhaps most significantly, income inequality is greater in South Africa than it is in any other country in the world. That's a stark statistic. That means that wealth is still concentrated in the hands of the white minority, even after decades of a black majority rule. So apartheid officially has ended, but have the conditions that apartheid created actually been changed? Not really. There's charges of corruption among some of the top officials in government. Um, and, we've had some voluntary transfers of wealth, but there's been nothing of any significance. The major resources are still owned by foreign companies, by white companies. And I think one of the main problems in South Africa is there hasn't been any major land reform. There's been no major redistribution of land in the country. So whites still control the best land areas. Blacks still don't have access to that. They certainly don't have access to most of the resources. So the changes that have occurred, blacks have more political power. Blacks can move where they want. So there's that kind of political equality. But in terms of living standard, economic quality of life, black South Africans, many of them, most of them, are still living in the situations that they'd experienced during apartheid. And you add to the fact that there was a wave of immigration to South Africa after the end of apartheid. We've seen Indians migrate there, even Chinese. There's at least 3 major immigration waves of Chinese to South Africa. And in recent times, we've seen anti-immigration protests in South Africa. Blacks marching to keep immigrants, that is, people of color from other areas, out of South Africa. So you have those same kinds of issues ongoing in South Africa today. It's very difficult to say what the future holds there, but one thing is clear, that the end of apartheid did not bring about the hoped for kind of prosperity among many of its black population. And there are good reasons for that, I think. It's the lingering effects of colonialism and issues of ongoing colonialism in other forms, which I'll talk about in another presentation. But certainly it's an uncertain future for South Africa. And I think although the obvious signs of apartheid have been swept away, the more insidious, the more hidden, the more institutionalized forms of apartheid unfortunately still remain. So that's it for South Africa and decolonization in Africa. We're going to head to other parts of the world next.